Chapter 4482. Inside the chaos rift between the primal beginning realm and the heavenly realm, an incomparably huge immortal abode floated in the chaos chi, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. At this time, the surroundings of the immortal abode on the ground and in the void were filled with cultivators. Those who could enter the chaos rift had to be at least at the immortal realm. In the past, there were definitely not many people who could enter the immortal abode. That was because the layer of primal chi outside the immortal mansion had blocked countless people, and only quasi-supreme beings and above could pass through it. But now, the layer of primal chi outside the immortal mansion had already been swallowed by Gu Fei. This way, everyone could enter the chaos immortal abode. However, the chaos immortal abode was filled with dangers everywhere. If one was not careful, one could die in the immortal abode and never get out. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly rushed out from the gate of the immortal abode in front of them. Rumble! As soon as the aura appeared, the void of the immortal abode shook. Countless cultivators were so terrified that they directly lay on the ground and trembled. Even the most ferocious beasts, the powerful and ferocious divine beasts, became obedient at this time. They also lay on the ground and lowered their heads. Supremes, even the nearby quasi-supremes, felt their souls tremble. The aura that came from the immortal abode belonged to an extreme grade supreme. Moreover, there was more than one aura of an extreme grade supremacy surging out from the immortal gate. What's happening? Did a battle of extreme grade supreme break out inside? The old fellows were inexplicably shocked. A battle of extreme grade supreme was the most terrifying battle in the world. Not to mention who would win between the two supremes, countless ordinary living beings would suffer first. A battle would definitely destroy the world, and millions of lives would be plunged into misery and suffering. Fortunately, supreme existences usually did not fight with each other, but now that they were inside the chaos immortal abode, the extreme grade supreme had no scruples. There was no doubt that a battle of extreme grade supreme broke out in the chaos immortal abode. A battle of this level was extremely terrifying. When the news spread, it caused a huge shock in the primal beginning realm, the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm. Just what exactly is in that place? Even a supreme being is taking action. The rulers of the top forces in the primogenitor realm were all very curious. One had to know that anything that could make the extreme grade sovereigns fight over it was definitely incomparably heaven-defying. It seems that I also need to go out for a walk. In the human realm, in the depths of the Jiang family's ancestral land, a voice suddenly rang out. At this time, the human world was relatively peaceful compared to the heaven realm. However, the heaven realm was different. The heaven realm was in a mess because of the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm. The so-called divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm had actually set up arenas all over the heaven realm to challenge all the cultivation geniuses of the heaven realm. In the celestial city of the divine region of the heaven realm, the divine son of Tai-Chin from the primordial beginning realm had already defeated the quasi-supremes in the celestial city. Even the quasi-supremes from other places had been defeated by him. In the past few days, God's son of Tai-Chin had been complacent. Ever since he had set up the arena in Celestial City, he had never tasted defeat. He was arrogant, and supercilious, treating the cultivators of the heaven realm as ants. He actually used the cultivators of the heaven realm to feed his battle pet, the golden lion with 2 wings. That was a divine beast, a heavenly lion. The heavenly lion race was not a weak race in the primal beginning realm, but there were very few of them, and even fewer of them could grow to adulthood. The heavenly lion's battle prowess was astonishing. It was a divine beast that even the primal beginning realm wanted to subdue, because once the heavenly lion submitted, it would forever be loyal and would never betray. At this time, everyone in the celestial city was in a state of panic. Countless cultivators fled, and even the disciples of the Yuan family in the celestial city were eaten by the divine son of Tai-Chen's heavenly lion. The heavenly lion fed on human cultivators. The higher the cultivation of the cultivators it devoured, the faster the heavenly lion's cultivation increased. 3 days have passed. Gu Fei, Demon Lord, Di Jiutian, none of them have appeared. It seems like they are afraid of me, haha. On the arena of the celestial city, the voice of the divine son of Tai Chin spread throughout the entire city. Seal the city, the divine son of Tai Chin immediately ordered. If Gu Fei and the others still did not appear, he would start massacring the city. In the next moment, a formation was activated, and the entire celestial city was enveloped by the formation. Even if it was a quasi-sovereign, it would be impossible for them to leave at this time. This was a powerful trapping formation that could trap a quasi-sovereign. Celestial City, the Yuan family. In an isolated secret room, the upper echelons of the Yuan family arrived. Father, the divine son ordered the city to be sealed. Does he really dare to massacre the entire city? A black-clothed youth looked at the patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, who was sitting in the seat of honor. Big brother, the kid Tai Chin doesn't seem to be joking. A square-faced, middle-aged man said with a frown. Their Yuan family had submitted to the divine son of Tai Chin, but who would have thought that the divine son of Tai Chin did not put them in his eyes at all? If he wanted to kill them, he would kill them without batting an eyelid. Who cares if he's joking or not? We should prepare for the worst. The patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, glanced at his younger brother and son and said, Celestial City originally had 3 major forces. The Yuan family was only the weakest among the 3. However, the other 2 forces that were stronger than the Yuan family had been annihilated. Time passed quickly. A day passed very quickly. Celestial City. On the stage, the divine son of Tai Chin looked at the sun that was slowly rising from the east. Below the stage, there was a large group of black-clothed people. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. They were the elites under the command of the divine son of Tai Chin, the Black Wind Guards. They belonged to him and were personally trained by him. The divine son of Tai Chin came from another eternal divine dynasty in the primal beginning realm, the Tai Chin divine dynasty. At noon, the divine son of Tai Chin waved his sleeve and ordered the Black Wind Guards below the stage. The massacre begins. Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all! The divine son of Tai Chin's voice resounded throughout the entire celestial city. What? Countless people in the celestial city were scared out of their wits when they heard the voice. At this moment, the Black Wind Guards below the stage rushed in all directions like a gust of black wind. Just as the countless residents of the celestial city were about to be slaughtered, a loud noise was heard. In the next moment, the great formation that enveloped the entire celestial city actually collapsed. A figure dashed into the city from outside and headed straight for the arena. The divine son of Tai Chin could not help but be surprised when he saw the figure rushing towards him. You want to challenge my master, Gu Fei? Eat my fist first. The person directly punched towards the divine son of Tai Chin on the stage. The violent and powerful fist energy spread out and shook the sky. Chapter 4483. Heavenly Realm, Central Domain, Celestial City. A powerful silhouette destroyed a peerless formation that could even trap a quasi-supreme with a single punch and directly charged into Celestial City. That person directly charged towards the arena and blasted a punch towards the arena below. The extremely strong fist force immediately shook the void between heaven and earth. Countless runes appeared on the ring, protected by the formation. However, as soon as the runes appeared, they collapsed. Cracks appeared on the ring, as if it could collapse at any time. Divine Son Tai Chin stepped with his right foot, and a wave of power surged out from beneath his feet. The altar that was shaking violently stopped shaking. One rune after another spread out from beneath Divine Child Tai Chin's feet, and the cracks on the altar beneath his feet quickly disappeared. Buzz! A ball of divine light surged from his body. Boom! With a loud sound, the person's fist had already landed on Divine Son Taichen's protective divine light. Crack! Godchild Taichen's protective divine light actually cracked, and countless cracks appeared on it. What? Divine Son Taichen could not help but be moved. Who are you to be my opponent? Divine Son Taichen stared at the person in the sky and said, I am Guzhong. The person descended from the sky and landed on the ring. What? He is Gu Fei's disciple, Guzhong. Yuan Tian, the head of the Yuan family, who was standing beside Divine Son Taichen, was shocked. Gu Fei's disciple? Divine Son Taichen frowned and was a little unhappy. He had challenged Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not come. Instead, his disciple appeared. You dare to challenge my master. Who do you think you are? Guzhong looked at Divine Son Taichen disdainfully. You! Divine Son Taichen was furious. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from all around. The Black Wind Guards that had gone to massacre the city were forced back by a group of people. Those people were wearing purple gold armor and holding purple gold spears. Every single one of them was like a god of war that had descended from the heavens. They were extremely powerful. The Black Wind Guards who wanted to massacre the city were no match for these battle soldiers. They were stabbed to death by the purple gold battle soldiers, one after another. Where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. The members of the Yuan family were already terrified. The power bursting out from those violet gold battle soldiers was too strong. Every single one of them actually had a saint rank battle soldier. This was a group of saint rank holy soldiers. Even those top powers in the heaven realm could not form a saint army. One must know that every soldier was a saint. This was too shocking. This was because, in the eyes of ordinary people, sages were high and mighty, looking down on the common people. Under sages, all were ants. However, the appearance of this army shocked the entire heaven realm, the human realm, and even the primal beginning realm. It caused a huge commotion. How is this possible? Seeing this, Taichen couldn't help but be shocked. In the primal beginning world, there was no such thing as a saint. An immortal emperor was a saint. In his opinion, every violet gold battle soldier that came out from Heaven's sovereign city was an immortal emperor. An army of immortal emperors. How could this be possible? Even the Tai Chun God dynasty could not have such an army. At this time, the members of the Black Wind Guard fell one after another. On the stage, God's son, Taichen, felt extremely pained. This was a guard that he had spent countless manpower and resources to build. Every member of the Black Wind Guard was a heaven immortal. However, in front of an immortal emperor violet gold battle soldier, a heaven immortal was actually not much stronger than an ant. Very soon, God's son Tai Chen's Black Wind Guard was completely annihilated. Roar! The heavenly lion beside God son Tai Chen roared. Boom! At this time, God's son Tai Chen's body exploded with a dazzling divine light, as if he had appeared on the stage that day. Powerful immortal Tao energy exploded. God's son Tai Chen's hair turned golden. His skin also turned golden. He also cultivated the power of metal. Go to hell! God's son Tai Chen roared and attacked. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body, turning into golden divine swords that pierced towards Guzhong. Every ray of sword light was extremely sharp. Shocking sword chi spread out, causing the temperature of the entire area to drop rapidly. Humph! Guzhong smiled and threw a punch. Golden light spread out, illuminating the heavens and earth. All the golden divine swords that were slashing towards him were shattered by his fist. There seemed to be a terrifying gust of wind blowing in the arena. The patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, and the heavenly lion were both sent flying. The patriarch of Yuan family coughed out blood. His injuries were not light. Spear, come! The divine son of Taichen extended his right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in his hand. An astonishing ripple of power immediately erupted from the spear. A golden battle tiger's shadow rushed out from the spear, bearing its fangs and claws at Guzhong, roaring continuously. A dangerous aura spread out from godson Tai Chen's body. His battle strength increased exponentially with the spear in hand. To be able to die under my sky-dominating battle tiger spear, your life is not in vain. Godson Tai Chen stared at Gu Zhong, his battle intent surging. Although this opponent was not Gu Fei, Demon Lord, or the others, it was still able to make his battle blood boil. That feeling of blood boiling. Godson Tai Chen was infatuated with this feeling. To be able to die under my fist, you can be considered a character. Gu Zhong said with a trace of disdain. Again, Godson Tai Chen waved his spear, using it as a rod, smashing it down towards Gu Zhong's head. Swish! Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed onto Godson Tai Chen's face. Godson Tai Chen's face was instantly filled with excitement. His entire nose bridge was smashed. It was such a sour feeling. The people from the Yuan family were dumbfounded. At this moment, the purple gold battle soldiers had already surrounded the stage. 500 saint soldiers. The eyeballs of some of the spectators almost fell to the ground. 500 saint rank soldiers. This was definitely many times stronger than an army of thousands. This kind of soldier was enough to sweep through the world. Who has such a great fortune to be able to form such an army? Someone exclaimed. Boom! Godson Tai Chen was completely enraged, fighting Gu Zhong with his life. However, with a slap from Gu Zhong, he was sent flying. Godson Tai Chen's teeth were all knocked out, and he spat out blood mixed with his teeth. Too weak! Too weak! Gu Zhong continuously attacked, directly crushing Godson Tai Chen. TSK, you only have this little ability, and you still dare to be so impudent here. You're courting death. Chapter 4484. Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's first disciple, disappeared for a long time ever since he set foot on the ancient road of humankind. Everyone thought that Gu Fei's disciple had died on the ancient road of humankind. Although the ancient road of humankind was a path of cultivation, it was filled with danger. It was an extremely dangerous path to prove one's Tao, and one could easily die on the way. Since ancient times, countless geniuses of the human clan had embarked on the ancient road of humankind. However, only a few of them managed to survive. Although some geniuses had embarked on the ancient road of humankind, many of them had quit halfway. The ratio of those who had walked the entire journey was 1 to 1,000. In other words, among the countless geniuses who had embarked on the ancient road of humankind, only 1 in 1,000 geniuses had successfully walked out of the ancient road of humankind. Of course, Gu Zhong and Gu Xiaofeng had embarked on the ancient road of humankind together. They had been trapped in a place for countless years and finally managed to escape after obtaining a great opportunity. Right now, Gu Zhong and Gu Xiaofeng were both quasi-supreme beings. Moreover, Gu Zhong was a martial arts expert. The strength of his martial body had multiplied his combat power. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. At that moment, the entire celestial city was in an uproar. Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, had beaten the arrogant divine son of Taichen to the ground. You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge my ultimate god. Gu Zhong came in front of the divine son of Taichen and looked down at him with disdain. You, hearing Gu Zhong's words, the divine son of Taichen spat out a mouthful of blood. I heard that you want to massacre the city. You want to feed all the cultivators in the city to your war pet? Gu Zhong's tone immediately turned cold. So what if I am? The divine son of Taichen glared at Gu Zhong and said while gritting his teeth, Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. In the next moment, a beast shadow pounced towards Gu Zhong with its sharp claws aimed at Gu Zhong's head. Scram! Gu Zhong slapped the savage beast's head, sending it flying as it coughed out blood. Boom! The golden celestial lion smashed through a pavilion thousands of feet away before rolling in the ruins. It was unknown if it was dead or alive. When the followers of God-child Taichen saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "I'll let you slaughter the entire city." Gu Zhong stepped on godson Taichen's leg. "Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by an earth-shattering scream. Godchild Taichen's right leg was crippled. "You dare humiliate me?" Godson of Taichen was enraged. The pain of his broken bones made his vision go black. "I just want to humiliate you. So what?" Gu Zhong said in a calm manner. "You, godson of Taichen, was both shocked and angry. He was unlucky to meet such an opponent when he went out today. This guy was too abnormal, even he was not his opponent. You what you?" Gu Zhong then broke godson Taichen's left arm with a stomp. At this time, the high and mighty godson had fallen to such a miserable state. This made everyone sigh. "You bastard, if you have the guts, then kill me. My father will definitely avenge me. I can guarantee that you will die miserably." Godson of Taichen stared at Gu Zhong and said coldly, "Is that so? Then let them come find me." Gu Zhong was a little impatient. He directly stomped on this guy's body, and even his soul was scattered in the air, completely disappearing. Below the stage, countless cultivators quietened down. They all stared nervously at the two figures fighting on the stage, not missing a single detail. Roar! Gu Zhong had killed godson of Taichen. In the eyes of the people from the primal beginning realm, this was definitely a heaven-shattering event. When the news spread, the godsons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all extremely shocked. Seeing that godson of Taichen had died, the golden celestial wolf hurriedly rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. "Sword, come!" Gu Zhong shouted. In the next moment, he extended his right hand, and a sword light immediately flew back to him, landing in his hand. Whoosh! Gu Zhong directly slashed at the escaping golden celestial lion. A sword light instantly caught up to the golden celestial lion and flashed past. In the next moment, the beast's movement stopped, and then its corpse was split in half. An extremely powerful celestial lion had fallen just like that. After Gu Zhong killed the golden celestial lion, he waved his sleeve and recalled the 500 saintesses. Then he disappeared. No one knew where he went. Heaven Realm, another city in the central region, Heaven Marshal City. At this time it was exactly noon. A group of people appeared outside Heaven Marshal City, directly arriving at the city gate and setting up a formation. It's the guy from the primal beginning realm. Black Dragon Sect? Someone recognized the symbol on the banner of the people outside the city. It was a black dragon, other than the top forces in the primal beginning realm. There were also countless forces of various sizes. The Black Dragon Sect was actually just a medium sect in the Taichen God dynasty. At this time, there were still people who knew that godson of Taichen was dead. "Call Tai Kuang out to die." A black-clothed, middle-aged man walked out. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the entire city. "Oh no," the city lord offended the Black Dragon Sect a few days ago and injured their envoy. "I didn't expect them to attack Heaven Marshal City so quickly." At this time, everyone in the city was inexplicably shocked. I didn't expect it to be the Black Dragon Sect. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, an old man lying on a rattan chair opened his eyes. This person was the supreme patriarch of the Tai family, Taizhan. "Tai Kuang, if you don't come out to die, when will you?" An incomparably dignified voice sounded again. The speaker was the left elder of the Black Dragon Sect. At this time, the city gate of Heaven Marshal City was tightly shut. The guards of the Tai family were on the city gate tower. They were all extremely nervous as they stared at the warriors of the Black Dragon Sect outside. The Black Dragon Sect patriarch is personally taking action. The Tai family will definitely not be able to escape this time. In a pavilion not far from the city gate, a white-clothed young man was watching the show with his arms crossed. Several young disciples of the other forces in Heaven Marshal City were sitting in the pavilion. Tai Kwang had previously fought with the Black Dragon sect. That day, an elder of the Black Dragon sect had almost lost his life here. Tai Kwang was very powerful. He had the cultivation of a sage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat an elder of the Black Dragon sect. Tai Kwang is too arrogant. Now his retribution has arrived. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a short beard said indifferently. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a short beard said lightly. He was from the Martial Dragon sect, and his name was Wu Tianhe. He was Lung Feng's senior brother. Wu Tianhe was the first senior brother of the Martial Dragon sect. His cultivation had already broken through to the Holy Venerate realm. He was definitely an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Heaven Martial City. Senior brother Wu, you didn't see how badly Tai Kwang beat up the arrogant and despotic Black Dragon sect, a young man said. None of those people from the primordial realm are good people. I also want to see those people from the primordial realm being stepped on and begging for mercy, a young man with a gloomy expression said through gritted teeth. A youth with a gloomy expression gritted his teeth. One of his uncles was killed by Li Kuang. Wu Tianhe didn't say anything after hearing these words. Heaven Martial City originally had many other cultivation clans aside from the Tai, Jin, and Lung clans. These cultivation clans naturally couldn't compare to the three great clans, but they couldn't be underestimated either. The Wu, Lu, and Qin clans originally followed the lead of the Jin clan. However, the Chun clan's patriarch had died under Tai Kwang's fist. 2 elders of the Lu clan had also been trampled to death by Tai Kwang. 3 elders of the Wu clan had also died. Once Tai Kwang went crazy, he wouldn't recognize anyone. In the pavilions of Heaven Martial City, only the Lung clan and the Martial Dragon sect hadn't died at Tai Kwang's hands. At this time, the Black Dragon sect had arrived. Although the various factions of Heaven Martial City didn't dare to openly oppose the Tai clan, they were happy to see the Tai clan suffer. Since the Tai clan is holed up, then let's kill our way into Heaven Martial City and destroy the Tai clan. The Black Dragon sect's patriarch sat on his throne and said lazily. He was a peak holy venerate existence, only half a step away from becoming a quasi-sovereign. However, it was this half a step that prevented the Black Dragon sect's patriarch from entering the quasi-sovereign realm. This time, the Black Dragon sect was determined to conquer Heaven Martial City. Yes, patriarch. The left and right elders of the Black Dragon sect hurriedly received the order and left. Just as the Black Dragon sect was about to attack the city gate slowly opened, and a figure walked out. His footsteps were steady, and his aura was like a mountain. When they saw this figure, the experts of the Black Dragon sect stopped at the same time. It's you! The left and right elders of the Black Dragon sect's expressions instantly turned grave. When the Black Dragon sect's patriarch, who was lying lazily on his throne, saw the person who walked out of the city, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. At this time, Taijan strode out of the city gate. With every step he took, the void seemed to tremble. His footsteps seemed to move the rhythm of the entire world. In the eyes of the experts of the Black Dragon sect, Taijan was like a mountain moving towards them. His powerful aura was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Middle-level sage cultivation? No, it should be peak sage. The left elder of the Black Dragon sect's pupils shrank as he stared at Taijan, who was walking out of the city gate step by step. Taijan was the supreme patriarch of Heaven Martial City's Tai family. At this time, the Black Dragon sect's patriarch's expression turned somewhat ugly. Isn't Tai Kwang very arrogant? What's the matter? My sect ancestor is here and you're running away? The left protector of the Black Dragon sect said coldly, My Tai family has never had cowards. The old man leaned on his walking stick and coldly swept his gaze across the Black Dragon sect's army. This Black Dragon was indeed an expert of the primordial realm. The Black Dragon sect he established was also incomparably powerful. It could be said that he had obtained many benefits by relying on the Tai-Chin God dynasty. There are no cowards in the Tai family. Then why doesn't Tai Kwang come out to die? Chapter 4485. There were quite a few people from the Tai-Chin God dynasty who had crossed over to enter the heaven realm this time. After the godson of Tai-Chin was killed by Guzhong, the elites of the Tai-Chin God dynasty could be considered to be finished. Even the divine son had died in battle. It was even more difficult for the other people in the celestial city to survive. The celestial city's Yuan family was directly breached by the furious cultivators of the heaven realm, a large practitioner clan that had been passed down for several thousand years, vanished into thin air, just like that. This was the consequence of standing on the wrong side. Although the main force of the Tai-Chin dynasty in the heaven realm was destroyed by Guzhong, there were still some forces under the Tai-Chin dynasty wreaking havoc in the heaven realm. For example, the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was one of the countless forces under the rule of the Tai-Chin dynasty. The Black Dragon sect was only considered a lower middle faction in the primeval realm and even in the Tai-Chin God dynasty. The Black Dragon sect patriarch was a peak holy venerate existence. God son of Tai-Chin oversaw the celestial city, and the countless subordinates he brought with him attacked in all directions. The target of the Black Dragon sect was Heaven Marshal City, an ancient city that had existed for countless years. If we take down Heaven Marshal City, the Divine Sun will definitely reward us handsomely. The Black Dragon sect ancestor's heart was burning with passion. He didn't want any rewards. He just wanted something from God-child Tai-Chen's hands. This thing might be able to help him take that step forward. At this moment, the entire Heaven Marshal City was very quiet. The city gates were wide open, but there was a figure standing in front of the city gates. He was the supreme patriarch of the Heaven Marshal City's Tai clan, Taijan. Is there no one else in the Tai family? They actually sent the old and weak to fight. The left protector of the Black Dragon sect said coldly, "TCH, trash like you actually dared to invade my Heaven Marshal City. You're courting death." Taijan said disdainfully, "What did you say?" The left protector of the Black Dragon sect was furious. "Are you deaf?" Taijan said coldly, "Roar. Go to hell." The left protector of the Black Dragon sect was enraged. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Taijan. "Roar." A dragon's roar rang out, and the left protector of the Black Dragon sect's right hand, which was grabbing at Taijan, suddenly released a tremendous wave of energy. Then a dragon shadow ferociously pounced at Taijan. Taijan directly punched out. Boom! With a muffled sound, the dragon shadow that was pouncing towards him immediately exploded. Powerful energy, ripples spread out in all directions. Sand and stones flew everywhere outside the city gate, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless people in the city were terrified to the extreme, especially those with cultivation. They were even more terrified because the Black Dragon sect had once massacred cities in the heaven realm. Before this, the Black Dragon sect had once attacked a small city in the middle region of the heaven realm. These fellows had actually killed everyone in that small city. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, they were all killed. The Black Dragon cult did not have a good reputation in the primordial world. Kill! At this moment, the left protector of the Black Dragon sect let out a furious roar and fiercely pounced towards Taijan. The two experts began to fight outside the city gate. The Black Dragon school had the advantage in numbers, but the Iron Clan of Tianwu City was far inferior. At this moment, in a training ground of the Iron Clan, Tai Kwang sat cross-legged on the ground. He was breaking through the shackles of cultivation. If he succeeded, he would be the only disciple of the Iron Clan of Tianwu City to step into the quasi-supreme stage in the past 10 million years. The Iron Clan of Tianwu City did not have a quasi-supreme stage, but the Iron Clan also had a powerful backer. However, this backer had no time to care about the Iron Clan. Taijan was Tai Kwang's grandfather. It was not that Tai Kwang did not dare to come out to fight, but that he could not split himself at all. The supreme patriarch of the Iron Clan could only block the experts of the Black Dragon sect to buy time for his grandson, so that Tai Kwang could focus on breaking through the shackles of cultivation. At this time, the news of divine Sun Taichen's death had already spread. The major forces under the Taichin dynasty immediately retreated when they received the news. However, the Black Dragon sect still did not receive the news, because the person who passed the message to the Black Dragon sect had already been trampled into meat paste by Guzhong. A figure appeared high up in the sky outside Heaven Marshal City. This person was Guzhong, who had killed divine Sun Taichin. He had come, but he did not immediately take action. Guzhong sensed that there was an obscure and powerful yet unstable power in Tianwu City. This power was so strong that only a quasi-supreme stage like him could sense its existence. The power of the martial way. Guzhong was a little surprised. When did his master pass down the inheritance of the martial ancestor in the heavenly realm? Others might not know, but Guzhong was very clear that the power in Tianwu City was definitely the purest power of the martial way. This also meant that the person in the city had really obtained the true inheritance. The so-called true inheritance was the true inheritance. This kind of inheritance would not be passed down unless it was a core disciple. In the heavenly realm and the human realm, the orthodox martial way was Gu Fei's line. Guzhong had always regarded himself as the orthodox martial way. Who would have thought that this small Tianwu city would actually hide a great martial way expert? He was very curious, so he directly rushed down from the sky. Without alarming anyone, he directly appeared in Tai Kwang's seclusion place. Not bad. He's actually about to break through to the quasi-supreme stage. Guzhong sensed the energy fluctuation coming from the seclusion place and immediately knew the cultivation of the person inside. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold aura appear outside Tai Kwang's seclusion place. Someone is plotting against the person inside. Guzhong couldn't help but frown when he sensed the mysterious figure that was like a ghost. This person was obviously taking advantage of the fact that someone was in seclusion to kill the person in the seclusion place. Tai Kwang, you're dead this time. That person saw that there was no one around and directly jumped out from the darkness. Then he activated a God Pearl and smashed it towards Tai Kwang's seclusion place. The power that erupted from the God Pearl was very strong. It was definitely at the Holy Venerable level. That person laughed sinisterly. This time, Tai Kwang would definitely not be able to escape. However, just as that person was fantasizing about killing Tai Kwang, he only felt his collar tighten. In the next moment, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up, and the God Pearl that he threw out with all his might was directly grabbed by a huge hand. What? That person's shock was no small matter. Extreme joy begets sorrow. He was about to kill the opponent he had fought with for his entire life. But who would have thought that someone would actually make a move and easily capture him? This was truly a tragedy. Guzhong directly read the person's memory. That person is an elder of the Lu clan of Heaven Marshal City. Guzhong frowned. There were 4 great clans in Heaven Marshal City: Tai Wu, Lu, and Qin. Among the 4 great clans, the Tai clan was the strongest. The other 3 clans were completely suppressed by the Tai clan. The clan leader of the Qin clan even died in the hands of Tai Kwang. "Who are you?" the elder of the Lu clan said with a trembling voice. Guzhong clenched his fist, and with a crack, he directly broke the neck of the elder of the Lu clan. A ray of divine light shot out from between Guzhong's eyebrows and directly destroyed the Yuan spirit of the elder of the Lu clan. "You want to live in front of me? What a joke!" Guzhong tossed the corpse to the side and sat cross-legged in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei still had no idea that Guzhong had taken action. Moreover, Guzhong had slain a god as soon as he struck out. This was truly shocking. At this moment, An intense battle erupted in the Celestial Wolf mountain range in the primordial world. A crack appeared in the depths of the Celestial Wolf mountain range, and strands of light surged out. Like a streak of light, they shot into the sky and cut down the stars in the sky. Who knew how many experts had gathered around the crack? The god of the 5 elements heavenly sect, Pan-jamming, had appeared near the crack sneakily. He wanted to enter the crack. The 2 princes of the Pingtian divine empire had arrived as well. The 3rd prince, Yen Sun, had even fought against the god of the demon palace of the Purgatory Demon Palace to a draw. However, the god of the demon palace of the Purgatory Demon Palace was extremely powerful. He forcefully blocked the attacks of over a dozen experts and made his way into the crack long ago. This fellow was extremely ferocious. Even the 3rd prince of Pingtian was shocked. Who knew how many experts wanted to enter the crack right now? But none of them dared to do so, as it was just too dangerous. Not only did they have to deal with the sneak attacks from the surrounding experts, but they also had to deal with the terrifying streaks of light that shot out of the crack. Oh, there's actually a broken sword there. Gu Fei's figure appeared on a mountain beside the crack. His gaze pierced through the void and reached the bottom of the crack. A broken sword had fallen into the rubble in the depths of the crack. Light flowed through the broken sword, and it would shoot out with streaks of light from time to time. No one would have thought that the terrifying streaks of light that had shot out of the crack actually came from a broken sword. It can kill saint tier beings. This sword is not simple. Gu Fei was a supreme existence who had once cultivated to the eternal realm. Even though the broken sword in the depths of the crack had been destroyed, it still possessed such power. Was it an eternal level sword? The sword was broken, and the god within it had dissipated. However, the sword still possessed such great power that even Gu Fei was a little shocked. He also had 2 eternal level Dao weapons that he had refined himself. He knew very well how terrifying they were. Brother Chu, you're actually here. I've had a hard time looking for you. At that moment, a guy walked up the mountain. Brother Pan. Gu Fei took a look and realized that it was none other than the god of the 5 elements heaven sect, Pan-jamming. In the eyes of these people, he was still Chu Xiaoyun of the Crimson Firmament sect. This time, Wang Qin of the 5 elements sect did not stay with Pan-jamming, as he did not want to die. He was not Gu Fei, who could reverse any enemy attack. If he were to be targeted by a quasi-supreme being, then he would be dead for sure. Wang Qin retreated and returned to the 5 elements sect. Why are you looking for me? Gu Fei looked at Pan-jamming curiously. Well, I would like to enter the serious abyss with you, Brother Chu. What do you think? Pan-jamming looked at Gu Fei nervously and longingly. You want to accompany me? Gu Fei was even more puzzled. He was just a small cultivator in the incarnation realm, not even an immortal. He was the weakest among them. Why would this guy want to accompany him? Yes, if we join forces, we will be invincible. Who can resist us? Pan-jamming said heroically. Chapter 4486. The primordial world, the southern domain, and the celestial wolf tomb weren't secrets to the top powers in the primordial world. They were well aware of Paragon Skywolf's background. Before reaching Dao, Paragon Skywolf had been nothing more than a green wolf. He didn't have a heaven-defying talent, nor did he have a peerless physique, and he wasn't the descendant of some powerful being. He was just a little green wolf that witnessed his clan being slaughtered by others. Before Shaoqing Wolf's mother died, she'd pressed him under her body, allowing him to escape. With great perseverance, he'd taken one step at a time, growing from weak to strong. He'd experienced unimaginable suffering to finally stand at the peak of the multiverse. On the day he became a sovereign, he'd struck down the imperishable celestial dynasty that had wiped out his entire clan. He destroyed the dynasty that had ruled over billions of territories and existed for billions of years. No one could have imagined that the one who destroyed the imperishable celestial dynasty was the Shaoqing Wolf from back then. Paragon Skywolf eventually became an overlord, but 100,000 years after he'd become a sovereign, he'd reached the peak of the extreme Tao. There was no path ahead. He wanted to carve out his own path. The peak of the extreme Tao wasn't the end. There was still a path ahead, but no one knew if he'd found it. Some people said that he'd experienced a great terror. It was as if something ominous had happened to him when he'd surpassed the extreme Tao realm, and he'd nearly died on the spot. While he was still alive, Paragon Skywolf used his supreme divine ability to construct a huge tomb for himself. Then he walked into the tomb himself. The entrance to his tomb was in the Celestial Wolf Abyss. Before Paragon Skywolf built his tomb here, the Celestial Wolf Abyss had been a danger zone in the southern domain of the primordial world. It was a terrifying place. Even a sovereign would be in danger if he entered the abyss, let alone other cultivators. Gu Fei looked carefully and discovered a secret beneath the abyss. The peerless swordlight that occasionally shot out of the abyss originated from a broken sword. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying the sword had been before it was destroyed. A single broken sword was enough to keep countless experts at bay outside the Skywolf tomb. This dangerous place in the primordial beginning realm was extraordinary. At this time, other than a few people who had charged into the heavenly wolf abyss, everyone else was watching. Everyone knew very well that, in this place, they would die if they were not careful. Boom! The sky above the Skywolf abyss suddenly lit up with an immortal light that resembled a divine sun. The next moment, a sword light rushed up from the abyss and directly split the immortal light in half. The immortal light dissipated, and a corpse fell from the sky into the abyss. Countless experts near the abyss were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. Someone died again. An ancient existence sighed. Over the countless years, this abyss had devoured countless powerful beings. Sovereign Heavenly Wolf is truly a monster. To think that he would actually build his own tomb here. Someone exclaimed. That sword light, Pan-jamming exclaimed on a mountain outside the abyss. That sword light was sufficient to threaten him. If he were to be struck by it, then his body and soul would absolutely be annihilated. Not even his corpse would be left behind. It can hurt a sovereign. Gu Fei looked at the abyss and said indifferently. Pan-jamming was shocked to hear Gu Fei's words. Brother Chu, you should be able to deal with this kind of attack. Pan-jamming probed. Gu Fei smiled noncommittally. Humph, a bunch of timid fellows. At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Then a figure rushed over from the distance. Endless demonic chi erupted from the figure. An entire world suddenly darkened. It was an old man in a black robe. Streaks of blood-colored light circled around him like blood-colored lightning. A powerful demonic aura immediately filled every inch of the void. It's the blood demon ancestor of the demonic mountain. Someone exclaimed. Why is he here? Some experts had ugly expressions. The demonic mountain was one of the two top demonic forces in the primordial realm. The other demonic force was the Purgatory Demon Palace. The blood demon ancestor of the demonic god mountain was an extremely powerful demon ancestor. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the extreme Tao. With a single palm strike, he dispersed a sword light that rushed out from the depths of the abyss. Then, he directly rushed into the abyss and disappeared. The demonic might of the extreme grade also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This demon, the experts of the older generation all felt uneasy. Wherever this demon was, nothing good would come out of it. No one dared to attack an existence at the peak of the extreme grade, like the blood demon ancestor. After all, once they offended such an existence, the consequences would be dire. Brother Chu, there are already 7 or 8 people who have entered. When should we make a move? Pan-jamming was somewhat restless. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. However, he had unexpectedly learned that there was something in the Sirius tomb that could sever the bloodline of a cultivator. He was very curious. Was there really such a magical thing in this world? It should be noted that it was almost impossible to sever the bloodline of one's father. The bloodline of the extreme grade shackled these descendants of the extreme grade and eventually became a nightmare for them. What's the hurry? Gu Fei looked at the abyss in front of him. His identity in the primordial realm was Chu Shaoyin, a disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect. Rumble. At this time, there was another shocking sound in the silent sky. A chariot rushed over from afar, pulled by 5 flood dragons. The 5 flood dragons pulled a bronze chariot, and on the chariot stood a tall figure. An extremely domineering aura exploded from this figure, causing the void to tremble. Each of the flood dragons pulling the chariot was a peak paragon existence. As soon as this person appeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. Lord Long of the Great Dragon God Dynasty. Someone recognized the middle-aged warrior. The Great Dragon God Dynasty was one of the 7 divine dynasties of the primordial realm, and it was a super force. Lord Long was a peerless expert of the Great Dragon God Dynasty. No one dared to stop him. The extreme grade Saint Immortal of the Great Dragon God Dynasty directly drove the chariot and rushed into the abyss. Countless sword lights rushed up from the bottom of the abyss, but they were all blocked by Lord Long's power. The sword lights rushing out from the abyss could hurt extreme grade supremes. However, the terrifying sword lights in the eyes of others were nothing in the eyes of existences like Lord Long and the blood demon ancestor. Rumble, the chariot crushed the void and directly disappeared into the abyss. After that, several extreme grade supremes rushed into the abyss. Some of them risked their injuries to enter this terrifying abyss. There were also a few quasi-supremes who tried to attack, but they all failed in the end. Some people plotted against them, but the real cause of their deaths was the broken sword. The sword light from the broken sword at the bottom of the abyss was enough to hurt extreme grade supremes and kill any creatures below the extreme grade. Some quasi-supremes even used extreme grade Dao artifacts or forbidden artifacts that could burst out with extreme grade power to force their way into the abyss. But the result was very tragic. Some of them were directly destroyed by the sword light rushing out from the abyss and died. Some were protected by the extreme grade Dao artifacts, and although they were seriously injured, they survived. Those who survived were undoubtedly the luckiest. However, there were even more people who ended up with their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Fei observed for a long time and finally had some understanding of the sword light coming from the broken sword at the bottom of the abyss. The sword light from the broken sword had some kind of rule. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. At its strongest, it could hurt a supreme being, but at its weakest, it couldn't even kill a saint-level creature. Somehow, there was a chance of survival. However, this slim chance of survival was very difficult to grasp. Only an extreme, supreme being would be able to see through it. Okay, get ready to attack. Gu Fei suddenly said to Pan Jianming, "Are we going to attack?" Pan Jianming was instantly overjoyed. This guy was very shrewd. He pulled Gu Fei into the team because he fancied Gu Fei's supreme divine ability that could reverse all attacks. As long as he stood beside Chu Shaoyin, he could ignore all attacks. After saying this, Gu Fei sat cross-legged. He sat there for a long time. In the evening, when the curtain of night was about to fall, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Pan Jianming, who had been guarding beside Gu Fei, immediately became spirited. "Bend down." Gu Fei said to Pan Jianming, "What?" Pan Jianming was stunned and did not understand. "You're carrying me." Gu Fei looked at Pan Jianming like he was looking at an idiot. "Ah, okay. Pan Jianming quickly nodded and bent down. Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony and directly jumped onto Pan Jianming's back. Pan Jianming could only carry Gu Fei on his back. "Charge!" Gu Fei waved his hand and Pan Jianming immediately carried him into the sky, rushing towards the abyss in front of them. Swish! Just as they approached the abyss, A divine arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Gu Fei and Pan jamming at an extremely fast speed. Humph, humph! Pan jamming sneered. He simply did not care about the divine arrow. In the next moment, the divine arrow returned to where it came from, almost injuring the despicable and shameless fellow who shot it. Pan jamming directly carried Gu Fei and rushed into the abyss. The moment he rushed into the abyss, a sword light rushed up from the bottom of the abyss and slashed towards them. The sharp sword chi spread out and cut through the void. This is bad! Pan jamming turned pale with fright, but in the next moment, that peerless sword light was reversed. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Reversing the opponent's attack? What kind of magical power was this? What kind of secret technique was this? Some people still attacked Gu Fei and the others. However, all the attacks were reversed by a mysterious power around Gu Fei. Even the sword light from the bottom of the abyss was no exception. Chapter 4487. Pan jamming was extremely depressed. He was the divine child of the 5 elements heaven sect. He was extremely noble and respected. Even the princes of the everlasting celestial dynasty had to lower their heads in front of him. But now, Chu Shaoyin actually wanted him to carry him into the abyss. This made him very unhappy, but he did not dare to show his displeasure. How aggrieved! However, Pan jamming had to admit that his choice was absolutely correct. Chu Shaoyin could really ignore all attacks. In the distant sky, a powerful figure directly threw a spear at Gu Fei and Pan jamming. Whoosh! The spear directly broke through the void, crossed the pitch-black void, and stabbed in front of Gu Fei in an instant. However, the inexplicable power on Gu Fei's body showed its might again. The spear was directly reversed by this power and returned to where it came from. That person could not help but be moved. The next moment, that person stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear that had pierced through the void. At this time, rays of immortal light burst out, all blasting towards Gu Fei and Pan jamming. The whole world shook as if doomsday had arrived. Oh no! Pan jamming, who was carrying Gu Fei on his back, could not help but be shocked when he saw this kind of attack. There was a supreme existence secretly attacking. Heaven and earth reversal. Gu Fei roared, and a power that was several times stronger than before burst out. At the same time, an earth-shattering terror instantly blasted the chaotic power that burst out from Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it seemed as if time had frozen, as if the world had reversed. Countless killing moves that were blasting towards them were perfectly reversed by the power that burst out from Gu Fei's body. What? How is this possible? This guy defies the natural order. Everyone was shocked by this scene. All the killing moves that were blasting towards Gu Fei and Pan jamming were unexpectedly reversed by him without a trace. Screams and screams suddenly rang out. Some people could not dodge in time and were hit by the reversed killing moves. Some people were extremely unlucky and were directly killed by their own killing moves. Some of them managed to escape, while others were heavily injured. While everyone was stunned, Pan jamming carried Chu Shaoyin, who was also known as Gu Fei, into the abyss. This is the serious abyss. Gu Fei carefully looked around and saw that it was gloomy and there was an unknown fog lingering around. The surrounding temperature was very low, but there was no ice or snow on the ground. Boom! The moment Pan jamming's feet touched the ground, a demonic light burst out like a demonic sun and blasted towards Gu Fei and Pan jamming, courting death. With a thought from Gu Fei, the strange force on his body immediately erupted, and the demonic sun-like light was directly reversed. Roar! The person who had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei was directly hit by the demonic light. In the next moment, black smoke rose from his body, and his clothes were in tatters. He was in an extremely sorry state. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a demon child. Pan jamming said disdainfully. Sneak attacking Chu Xiaoyun and himself was no different from courting death. Clang! At this time, the shadows of divine weapons appeared in the sky. Each of them was a supreme Tao weapon that shook the heavens. Whoosh! Pan jamming waved his right hand, and countless divine weapons immediately slashed towards the demon child. This person was the godchild of the Purgatory Demon Palace, Xue Tushin, who had entered the Sirius Abyss. At this time, Xue Tushin roared towards the sky, and his voice shook the void. It spread far and wide in the abyss, and even outside, so that people outside could hear his voice. A terrifying sound wave spread out, and it actually directly shattered the divine weapons that were slashing towards them, causing them to dissipate in the void. Go! Pan Jamming saw that the situation was not right, and directly carried Chu Xiaoyun, who was also known as Gu Fei, to escape. Where do you think you're going? Xue Tushin grinned and took a step forward, instantly catching up to Pan Jamming. The next moment, a giant, blood-colored hand suddenly appeared in the void, directly slapping towards Pan Jamming. He wanted to slap these two ant-like fellows to death with one slap. However, the next moment his slap was reversed. Bam! Xue Tushin's right hand slammed into his left shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Damn, what a ruthless guy! Pan Jamming couldn't help but be surprised. Xue Tushin was decisive in killing, and he was definitely a formidable person. Of course, this also required him to really grow up. This Xue Tushin stared at Gu Fei, his eyes flashing. This guy was just an ant in the divine transformation realm. How could he possibly take an attack from him? He definitely had a heaven-defying divine weapon on him. Xue Tushin couldn't help but think of this. However, he didn't dare to make a move. This little guy is a bit interesting. In a corner of the abyss, a figure stared at Gu Fei. The sun and moon seemed to be sinking in his eyes, but his body didn't emit any incomparably powerful aura. The man disappeared into the void without a sound. In the depths of the abyss, a short sword lay quietly in a pile of rubble. Gu Fei pointed Pan Jamming all the way to the pile of rubble where the short sword was. Xue Tushin followed Gu Fei all the way. Soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the pile of rubble. He directly jumped down from Pan Jamming's back. Then he rushed into the rubble. There was a golden divine light flowing on the broken sword. Although it was destroyed, it could still erupt with incomparable power that could injure a supreme being. Gu Fei grabbed the half of the broken sword in his hand. That is... Xue Tushin directly rushed over, wanting to take the broken sword from Gu Fei's hand. Your opponent is me. At this moment, a figure flashed over from the side, then blasted a punch at Xue Tushin. The violent power of the 5 elements erupted from his fist. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two figures directly separated, and the powerful fluctuations of a quasi-supreme being spread in all directions. Sand and stones suddenly flew in the rubble, and the boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms were shaken away. Die! At this moment, Gu Fei roared. In the next moment, he held the broken sword in his hand and slashed at Xue Tushin with all his strength. Whoosh! A sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye flashed, and then a trace of blood seeped out of Xue Tushin's forehead. In the next moment, he collapsed. He didn't even see that sword clearly until he died. This, Pan Jamming glanced at Gu Fei, then at Xue Tushin, who had been split in half by Gu Fei. His forehead began to sweat again. This sword... Even Gu Fei didn't expect this sword to be so powerful. However, at this moment, his body swayed and his legs went soft, almost falling to the ground. He only slashed once, but the power of this sword might be much stronger than he expected, because the moment he slashed with the sword, the broken sword had almost devoured all of his vitality. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for this sword to kill a quasi-supreme being. At this moment, Gu Fei put away the broken sword, then came in front of Xue Tushin, squatted down and carefully searched him. Yes, there are a lot of things. Gu Fei found a lot of things on Xue Tushin's body. They found quite a lot of things, but at the level of the Xue Tu god, the things they had on them would be thrown into the heaven and earth they created. The sanguine massacre god was dead, but the internal world he had refined did not collapse because of his death. That sword. At this moment, Pan Jianming, who was scared out of his wits, was shocked to the extreme. A broken sword could actually kill a quasi-supreme being. The power of this broken sword was really frightening. Gu Fei was just an ant in the divine transformation realm, not even an immortal. However, he was able to kill a quasi-supreme being with just a broken sword. A divine transformation realm cultivator killing a quasi-supreme being. Even in the distant past, such an unbelievable thing had never happened. Pan Jianming was extremely jealous of the broken sword that Gu Fei had obtained, because that broken sword was definitely a great killing weapon. Although he was jealous, Pan Jianming knew that it was absolutely impossible for Chu Xiaoyan to spit it out now that it had fallen into his hands. Gu Fei sat cross-legged next to Xue Tushin's corpse, then used his mysterious technique to carefully sense the void between heaven and earth. Soon he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed out with a finger. Boom! Like a muffled sound from a heavenly drum. Gu Fei's finger actually opened up an inner world that belonged to Xue Tushin. Gu Fei directly rushed in without hesitation. Pan Jianming did not fall behind. He also turned into a 5-element sword light and rushed into the inner world. However, when Pan Jianming entered this world, he discovered that Gu Fei had already taken everything away. This guy was simply a goose that didn't leave a feather behind. Everything was cleared away. Gu Fei directly found the core of this world, then sat cross-legged in front of the core of the world. He wanted to refine this part of the world. Pan Jianming was a step slower. In this part of the world, he did not obtain any benefits at all. He only picked up some things that others did not want. This part of the world was naturally the inner world that Xue Tushin had opened up. Only Gu Fei's extremely powerful spirit could sense the location of this part of the world. Then he pointed at a node between the outer world and the inner world. This opened up the inner world of Xue Tushin. Rumble! Soon, the entire inner world of Xue Tushin began to shake. This part of the inner world was very big, and there were many living creatures. However, Gu Fei saw through it with a glance. Most of the living creatures in this inner world were brought in from the outer world. The native creatures in this part of the world were pitifully few. Pan Jianming was filled with jealousy and hatred when he saw that Gu Fei was refining the core of this part of the world. His expression was uncertain, but in the end he did not attack Gu Fei. Chapter 4488. The Bloody Massacre God was truly unlucky to have provoked Gu Fei. As a result, he ended up dead. Even the Bloody Massacre God's inner world was directly refined by Gu Fei into his own inner world to supplement and perfect the laws of the world in his inner world. Of course, in the eyes of the Bloody Massacre God, Gu Fei was just a soul formation realm ant from the Scarlet Heaven sect. Gu Fei's identity in the Primal Beginning realm was Chu Xiaoyan, a disciple of the Scarlet Heaven sect. This guy, at this time Pan Jianming was extremely depressed. This Gu Fei was simply plucking feathers from a goose. Pan Jianming followed behind Gu Fei, but he didn't even get any soup, let alone cold food. At best, he only got some leftovers. The Bloody Massacre God's inner world was definitely his most precious thing. Pan Jianming was extremely jealous as he watched Gu Fei slowly refine the inner world. Rumble. In less than an hour, Gu Fei had refined the inner world's inner world and directly refined it into his own inner world. Congratulations, Brother Chu, after obtaining the Bloody Massacre God's inner world. Your cultivation has greatly increased. Pan Jianming quickly came over to congratulate him. He was very shocked. Was this Chu Xiaoyan really just a soul formation realm disciple from the Scarlet Heaven sect? In Pan Jianming's view, Gu Fei was very mysterious. One must know that the Xue Tushin wasn't an ordinary, quasi-sovereign. The inner world that he had opened up was much bigger than the inner worlds of ordinary quasi-sovereigns. This indirectly proved how powerful the bloody massacre god was. The larger the inner world, the higher the cultivation, and the stronger the combat power. This was inevitable after refining the bloody massacre god's inner world. Gu Fei's cultivation must have greatly increased. Gu Fei smiled noncommittally. He was still in the soul formation realm, but the essence energy contained in the bloody massacre god's inner world was constantly nourishing his body. He did not intend to increase his cultivation. He wanted to build a heaven-defying foundation in the soul formation realm so that he could go further on the path of cultivation than others. In the grand beginning realm, the peak of every cultivation realm was not the limit. There was a limit realm. Beyond the peak was the limit realm. The extreme realm was a realm of cultivation that had been cultivated to its limits and reached perfection. There was no more room for improvement. If he were to take another step forward, he would break through his limits and enter a higher level of cultivation. Therefore, the paramount realm was the most perfect state for every cultivation realm. Many people in the grand beginning realm knew about the existence of the paramount realm, especially the divine sons and saintesses of the top factions. They all cultivated with the paramount realm as their goal. However, every cultivation level had to be cultivated to the extreme state. Even the divine sons and saintesses couldn't do that. Where did this guy come from? Pan Jiaming became even more cautious in his heart. A mere soul formation realm, and was actually able to refine the inner world of a quasi-sovereign. This was something that was basically impossible. Even the slightest bit of aura that a quasi-supreme being exuded would be enough to make a soul formation realm ant's soul scatter. However, not only did this Chu Shaoyan completely ignore the pressure of a quasi-sovereign, but he also refined the sanguine slaughter god's inner world. He did what others couldn't. When Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming came out of the sanguine slaughter god's inner world, the entire celestial wolf abyss became even darker. A supreme Tao, Saint Immortal, has made a move. Pan Jiaming sensed powerful immortal auras surging out from the depths of the abyss. His expression changed drastically. He raised his head and stared into the abyss, only to see waves of towering blood, qi, surging out from the abyss, causing the sky above the abyss to change color. Every single one of them was powerful enough to crush the universe and scatter the galaxy. There were actually 5 of such supreme blood and qi. The 5 supreme Tao Saint Immortals were the most powerful existences in the primal beginning realm. They stood at the peak of all living beings and looked down on the entire primal beginning realm. Only supreme existences who are also supreme Tao Saint Immortals could be their opponents. It's just the celestial wolf tomb, yet it attracted 5 supremes. Gu Fei gazed into the abyss with a profound gaze. There's definitely something in the celestial wolf tomb that interested supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Something that could pique the interest of a supreme Tao Saint Immortal was definitely no small matter. Gu Fei finally began to have a trace of interest in the Sky Wolf Great Tomb. What should we do? Doesn't that mean we won't have a chance? Pan Jiaming was dejected. There were too many good things in the celestial wolf tomb. Obtaining 1 or 2 of them was already a great fortune. But now that a supreme Tao Saint Immortal had made a move, what chance did they have? Gu Fei didn't say anything. He carefully examined the terrain around him before looking up at the starry sky. Yes, Gu Fei understood. This abyss was no small matter. Was it a forbidden ground formed by the heavens, or was it set up by someone? The great abyss was a killing trap, a super killing trap. This super killing trap borrowed the terrain and heavenly might. This kind of killing trap could even kill supreme beings. The celestial wolf supreme actually dared to build his tomb in the abyss. This kind of courage wasn't something ordinary supremes could compare to. This was the formation Tao. It borrowed the power of the heavens, the earth, and the people. If necessary, a powerful formation Tao expert could borrow any power they wanted to kill their opponents. To a certain extent, even a perilous land formed naturally was also a kind of arrayed Tao, the arrayed Tao of heaven and earth. Let's go and see what a supreme is capable of, Gu Fei said as he strode into the abyss. Brother Chu, are you tired of living? Pan Jiaming was shocked. This guy dared to enter the abyss? Does he think he's a supreme Tao Saint Immortal? Even supreme Tao Saint Immortals had to be careful in the abyss. If they weren't careful, they would be injured or even die here. An extreme Tao Saint Immortal had entered the abyss 30,000 years ago, and he hadn't come out since. Some said that the supreme Tao Saint Immortal died in the abyss. That was a place where even supreme Tao Saint Immortals died. Haha, are you coming or not? Gu Fei laughed as he strode forward. This Pan Jiaming's expression changed. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to go. He chased after Gu Fei. Meanwhile, deep in the abyss, a huge coffin was floating in the chaotic qi. The aura coming from the coffin was shocking. It did not feel like a world was evolving around it. There were 5 experts standing around the coffin. The aura emanating from each expert directly dispersed the cold aura in the surroundings. All 5 of them were Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. All 5 of them were staring at the coffin in front of them. Boss, are you going or should I? A young Supreme Tao Saint Immortal turned around and asked an old man beside him with a smile. Although they could see the huge coffin in the primal chaos aura in front of them, there was an invisible force enveloping the coffin. Even Supreme Tao Saint Immortals could not touch the coffin. Hee, it's the same for everyone, the old man called Boss E said with a smile. There's only 1 or 2 items. How are we going to split them? A mysterious man, shrouded in a black robe, suddenly asked. He was like a ruler in the darkness. Although he was standing there and his body was emitting a strong aura, his aura disappeared in the next moment. It was as if he had turned into nothingness. Yuan Geezer, we'll just rely on our own abilities. We won't be able to take what's yours. Hee, you won't be able to get what's not yours either, Bossy said. Rely on our own abilities, huh? The black-robed Supreme sneered. Humph. A middle-aged man in a white robe emitted 9 rays of immortal light. The light revolved around him as if it could destroy everything. The last Supreme Tao Saint Immortal was a disheveled old man. To be more precise, he was an old drunkard. Even in the serious tomb, he was still drunk. Heaven's extremity, what do you say? Boss, he looked at the disheveled old man. Me? Haha. You guys can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? The disheveled old man laughed as he opened the wine gourd in his hand and poured a mouthful into his mouth. The fragrance of the wine filled the air. Even the other Supremes could not help but swallow a few mouthfuls. All right, we'll rely on our own abilities then. The other Supremes nodded. Boss E took a huge step forward and punched the void in front of him. An extremely violent immortal Tao power burst out from his fist. However, the attack of a Supreme was earth-shattering. Bossy's punch was enough to destroy a region and kill countless living beings. However, such a powerful punch did not display the power that it should have. Only visible ripples appeared in the void in front of it. The powerful Supreme's power seemed to have disappeared. What? Boss E was shocked. He seemed to have made a grave mistake. Oh no! The Supreme Tao Saint Immortals had extraordinary insight. Boss Yi's punch allowed the other Supreme Tao Saint Immortals to see something shocking. They were wrong from the start. Haha, this is going to be fun. The old drunkard Tian Jizi laughed. The other Supreme Tao Saint Immortals had ugly expressions. They were high and mighty Supreme beings. Yet they were actually schemed against by a dead person. They had fallen into a trap. They had actually fallen into a trap, using our power to kill us. Boss, he muttered to himself. They realized it too late. They had already put in a lot of effort to break the trap. The power of the 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals was unknowingly absorbed. This was not a good thing for the 5 supreme Tao Saint Immortals. The Sirius Great Abyss was a dangerous place to begin with. They did not expect the Sirius Supreme to change it slightly and set up a trap within a trap. This trap within a trap was used to kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals came this time. If all 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals perished in the Sirius Great Abyss, the entire primal beginning realm would fall into chaos. One should know that the 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals each represented a super force that ruled over billions of territories. Once such a force lost the protection of the Supreme Tao Saint Immortals, it would definitely be devoured by other forces. By then, blood would flow like a river. Preposterous! Chapter 4489. The Celestial Wolf Tomb in the Primal Beginning Realm was a grand trap. It was hard to say if the Celestial Wolf Tomb contained the legendary item that could change one's fate. This grand trap was aimed at the extreme Tao Saint Immortals, especially the Celestial Wolf Sovereign's enemies. Even if he died, he wanted to trap them. The Celestial Wolf Abyss was a desolate region. It had devoured countless powerful beings in the Primal Beginning Realm over the years. The Celestial Wolf Sovereign had chosen this place as his tomb in order to set up a trap. Boom! The entire Skywolf Great necropolis began to shake, and one rune after another appeared on the surface of the enormous coffin, surrounded by primal chaos energy. A powerful force burst out from the coffin, instantly connecting heaven and earth. Rumble! The ancient starfield that had been silent for countless years had awakened without any warning. The supreme existences in the primal beginning realm immediately sensed it. What's going on? An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation erupted from a part of the starfield. Rays of bright starlight rapidly condensed, and billions of starlight directly formed a huge array diagram. Using billions of ancient stars as chess pieces to set up a formation was something even the immortal Tao Saint Kings couldn't do. After all, this was an ancient star field that had existed for countless years. The power of the stars was unimaginably powerful. In just a few seconds, a formation larger than a region of the primal beginning world was completed. The moment the formation was completed, the power of the entire region gathered towards it like crazy. Someone's messing with the star field? The lofty extreme Tao Saint Immortals in the primal beginning realm released their divine senses. The divine senses of the extreme Tao Saint Immortals were so powerful that they could understand some things with just a thought. This was a super-killing formation made of stars that enveloped the entire starfield. Only supreme existences at the extreme Tao Saint Immortal realm had the ability to set up such a grand arrangement. Yes, it's resonating with the Celestial Wolf Abyss. The extreme Tao Saint Immortals communicated with their divine senses. Is this a trap set up by Little Wolf? Even Paragon Heavenwolf was a junior to such a supreme old-timer who had lived for countless years. He was originally the one who had the highest chance of taking that step. What a pity. The old voice was filled with regret. Unfortunately, those fellows actually killed that little guy. Another equally ancient supreme being sighed. Those people are short-sighted. Sigh. The old man sighed. These existences that had lived for countless years cared about very few things. They only had one goal, and that was to break through their shackles, break through their own limits, and realize the ultimate leap. As far as these super old-timers were concerned, there was a path at the end of the polarity Tao. They wanted to see how far the Shaoqing wolf could go. But some of them were afraid that once the Shaoqing wolf succeeded, they would be killed, just like the immortal celestial dynasty that was destroyed by the Shaoqing dragon. As a result, they decided to make a move on the Shaoqing wolf. A great battle broke out in the depths of the starry sky without any warning. It shook the entire sky, shattered countless stars, and turned a region of the celestial realm into a dead zone. Paragon Heavenwolf was so powerful that he managed to kill 3 supreme Tao Saint Immortals before fleeing with heavy injuries. Paragon Heavenwolf's shocking battle shook the entire primordial realm. The deaths of the three super-antiques directly changed the power structure of the grand primordial world. It caused a huge upheaval and almost caused the grand primordial world to enter a dark age. Each of the three super old-timers was backed by a super faction. Once they lost the protection of the supreme Tao Saint Immortal Patriarchs, the factions would become juicy meat in the eyes of others. However, these factions wouldn't just sit and wait for death. The counterattack of these factions was terrifying. In the end, several supreme Tao Saint Immortals intervened to prevent the entire primordial realm from falling into a dark abyss. The Skywolf chaos lasted for nearly 10,000 years in the primordial realm. In the end, Paragon Heavenwolf walked into the tomb he'd built for himself. Some said he died in his tomb, but others said he didn't. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, and Paragon Heavenwolf hadn't reappeared. That was until today, when Paragon Heavenwolf's backup plan was activated. Gu Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks as he headed deeper into the great abyss. He raised his head and saw a thick black mist in the sky. The black mist blotted out the entire sky. What's going on? Pan Jianming, who was following behind Gu Fei, also raised his head. His expression changed when he saw the billowing black mist. He was very careful. He had been cautious all his life. He followed behind Gu Fei step by step, following the footprints left behind by Gu Fei. This kind of terrain is like a hidden dragon in the abyss. It won't erupt easily, but it seems like it's awakening now. It's enveloping the entire abyss. Outsiders can't enter, and those inside can't leave. Gu Fei said indifferently. He was still looking at the sky. His gaze penetrated the layer of black mist in the sky and directly looked at the ancient star field in the depths of the starry sky. Damn! Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted. This was a heaven-earth death trap. It was definitely set up to trap and kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Someone was using the power of the world to trap and kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Brother Chu, why don't we leave this place? Pan Jianming was terrified. This was a heaven-earth death trap. He was just a god from the 5 elements heavenly sect, and not even the strongest one. In front of this kind of death trap, he was nothing more than a fart, not even an ant. Scared again? Gu Fei smiled and retracted his gaze. The heaven-earth death trap was terrifying, but he was confident. Scared again? I've never been scared before. Pan Jianming said angrily. Haha, I'm not scared. I'm just a little timid. Gu Fei laughed. I'm not a coward. I'm just worried about fellow Taoist Chu. If we don't leave now, we'll die here. Pan Jianming regretted following Gu Fei into the great abyss. At this time, Gu Fei and Pan Jianming's position was very subtle. Beams of destructive divine light began to appear in the void around them, but not a single divine light appeared within 100 feet of where they were. The divine light came from the ground, destroying everything in its path. There was a flash of divine light, and a cultivator who was retreating out of the abyss in fear was directly turned into a bloody mist by the divine light. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This abyss. Chapter 4490. The great Sirius abyss had completely awakened in the southern region of the primal beginning realm. A terrifying aura filled the entire region. Even the super-antiques that had been living in seclusion for countless years had come out. That Sirius brat still wants to screw people over even in death. One after another, extreme Tao-level immortal wills appeared everywhere in the primal beginning realm. Shadows formed by immortal wills appeared outside the Sirius abyss. The great Sirius abyss had completely changed. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire region and isolated the heavenly secrets. Even extreme Tao Saint Immortals couldn't sense what was happening inside the abyss. I don't want to die. Countless experts were running for their lives inside the great Sirius abyss. They cried and screamed. They didn't want to die, they just wanted to live. However, streaks of divine light shot out of the ground and killed all living beings inside the abyss. With a flash of light, powerful living beings were reduced to a mist of blood, destroyed in both body and soul. Even quasi-supreme existences would find it hard to escape death. Even their primordial spirits would be destroyed, and it would be impossible for them to seize another's body and reincarnate. Even a powerful extreme Tao Saint Immortal had one of his arms reduced to a mist of blood when he was struck by the divine light that shot out of the ground. He was severely injured. The divine light that shot out of the abyss contained a terrifying power of laws. It wasn't impossible to recover after being injured by this power, but it was rather difficult. At this moment, the heirs of the major powers outside the abyss were so scared by the sudden scene that their faces turned pale. If they had charged into the abyss themselves, their fates would have been just as miserable. What a great killing trap! Some extreme Tao Saint Immortals tried to break through the power of the abyss to save their heirs. However, the extreme Tao Saint Immortal who tried to break through the abyss was immediately countered by the abyss. A projection formed from extreme Tao Saint Immortal's consciousness collapsed in the void. Even someone as powerful as extreme Tao Saint Immortal couldn't break through the power of the abyss at this moment. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky above the abyss, beams of starlight descended from the sky and fell directly into the abyss. The power of the heavens layout was finally activated. With the resonance of heaven and earth, this celestial wolf killing formation could finally be considered to be operating. The power of heaven and earth was like a millstone that obliterated everything. Even the extreme Tao Sacred Immortal couldn't withstand it at this moment. The extreme Tao Sacred Immortal that was injured by the divine light only had time to let out a cry before he died. Powerful extreme Tao level power erupted, shaking the entire abyss, and blood rained down from the sky. The heavenly Tao sensed the death of an extreme Tao Sacred Immortal, and all sorts of phenomena appeared in the entire world. He tricked a supreme being to death? Outside the abyss, the figures formed by the spiritual will of the supreme Venerables were stunned. Those were supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Even if they were only at the initial stage, they were still supreme Tao Saint Immortals. An extreme Tao Sacred Immortal was definitely a supreme being that stood at the peak of the grand beginning realm. A single thought from them could destroy the world, shatter the stars, and kill billions of living beings. However, they were fleeing for their lives like mortals in the great serious abyss. In just a few breaths' time, 90% of the experts that entered the great serious abyss were annihilated by the power of the heaven and earth killing formation and completely disappeared from this world. Logically speaking, it was difficult for an immortal to die because an immortal had countless methods to keep themselves alive. Their lifespan was endless, and they could coexist with heaven and earth. However, in the great serious abyss, an immortal was too weak. Even a quasi-supreme immortal Venerable could not withstand a single blow. Even an extreme Tao Sacred Immortal would die. Meanwhile, in the great serious tomb in the depths of the great serious abyss, 5 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were in a sorry state. Eldest Yi's body was charred by the lightning that appeared out of nowhere. His hair was standing on end, and smoke was rising from his body. If it wasn't for the net-like Tao treasure covering his body, he would have been heavily injured by the power of the abyss. The other 4 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were more or less injured. This was absolutely unimaginable to these extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. One should know that the immortal bodies of extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. Even ordinary extreme Tao immortal weapons could not harm them at all, but now they were injured. A single drop of a sovereign's blood could turn an area into a sea of blood. However, after these sovereigns were injured, the blood that dripped from their bodies was absorbed by the soil on the ground and disappeared. Sirius, I wasn't even afraid of you when you were alive. How dare you stir up trouble after you're dead? I'll destroy your body right now and make you disappear from this world. The young-looking extreme Tao Sacred Immortal roared furiously and attacked. Buzz, A sword hum shook the 9 heavens as a beam of sword light pierced through the sky. This was the attack of an extreme Tao, sword immortal. Sword chi filled the air, and with just a single sword strike, it actually broke through the layers of chaotic aura and directly struck the giant coffin in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. In the next moment, the sword ray that landed on the giant coffin shattered. The other extreme Tao, sacred immortals were taken aback when they saw this. This giant coffin was extraordinary. It could even block an attack from an extreme Tao, sacred immortal. What a waste! He's using innate, primordial divine metal to forge a coffin? The wing leader exclaimed. What? The other extreme Tao sacred immortals were shocked, especially the young-looking extreme Tao sacred immortal. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the giant coffin. If he used this innate primordial divine metal to refine his flying sword, the grade of his flying sword would undergo a transformation. Extreme Tao swords were also divided into different grades. This extreme Tao sword immortal did not manage to find any immortal materials in the past, so the grade of his flying sword was not very high. Now that he saw the giant coffin shrouded in chaotic primordial chi, it was no wonder he was jealous. Innate primordial divine metal was an immortal material that was born in the primordial chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. It was a divine material that was exclusive to extreme Tao sacred immortals. Only extreme Tao sacred immortals were able to refine this immortal metal into a Tao weapon. The giant coffin in front of them was like a small mountain in the chaotic chi. How much innate primordial divine metal was needed to refine such a giant coffin? TSK, you still have the time to think about other people's coffins? Your life is more important. The middle-aged Supreme glanced at the extreme Tao sword immortal and mocked. Meanwhile, the great abyss-killing formation was fully activated. Boundless energy of the stars descended from the sky and merged perfectly with the energy of the abyss, trapping the 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals in the Skywolf tomb's coffin. Roar! A series of roars suddenly rang out from the giant coffin in front of them. The 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals felt their scalps turn numb. Could it be that the Skywolf Supreme who had been dead for countless years has been resurrected? Chapter 4491. The abyss in the southern region of the primal incipient realm was one of the most dangerous places in the primal incipient realm. Even without the Skywolf tomb, the abyss had devoured supreme Tao sacred immortals before. The Skywolf Supremacy's tomb was only located at the edge of the abyss depths. Even the Skywolf Supremacy didn't dare to enter the core region of the abyss. The deepest part of the abyss was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Even supreme Tao sacred immortals didn't dare to enter. The Skywolf Supremacy was impressive. He built his tomb at the edge of the abyss depths and used the abyss power to trap and kill his enemies. The Skywolf Supremacy was ambushed and besieged, which resulted in him being fatally injured. He died not long after he built his tomb. He knew that his enemies would definitely dig up his grave after his death, so he set up a trap for them to kill him for all eternity. After countless years, the Skywolf Supremacy's tomb was finally found by the 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals. They charged into the depths of the tomb where the coffin was placed. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals triggered the forbidden technique laid down by the Skywolf Supremacy and triggered the deadly trap. Damn, the gate of life is constantly changing. Are they trying to cut off all life? Gu Fei continued to deduce and quickly changed directions with Pan Jianming, dodging those terrifying destructive divine lights that were coming at them. After all, he was once an eternal realm existence. Even if his formation cultivation wasn't as good as He Tian's, his formation mastery definitely surpassed the level of a great grandmaster. I didn't expect Brother Chu's formation mastery to be so profound, Pan Jianming exclaimed. Gu Fei did not pay attention to this coward. From time to time he would look up at the star domain and down at the terrain. Under the gaze of his divine eyes, The entire void of heaven and earth was filled with formation patterns that others could not see. When Pan Jiaming saw that Gu Fei was ignoring him, he smiled awkwardly without any dissatisfaction. He had to rely on Chu Shaoyin to survive. Perhaps he could leave this place alive if he stayed by Chu Shaoyin's side. Interesting, interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing in admiration. This heavenly wolf sovereign was definitely an expert in the array Dao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to lay down such a deadly grand array. The killing formation drew upon the boundless power of the stars from above and the power of the abyss from below. These two powers seemed to have transformed into a gigantic millstone that obliterated all living beings within the killing formation. At this moment, the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals were roaring at the Sky Wolf Supreme's coffin as they desperately resisted the power of the killing formation. Buzz! A resplendent, immortal light burst forth from the body of the middle-aged Supreme Being. His entire being was like a divine sun that stood in the void, blocking the destructive energy that was about to obliterate everything. However, this killing trap was constantly devouring his energy. Although the speed was not very fast, at this rate his vitality would be devoured by this killing trap sooner or later, and he would become a dried corpse. What should we do? The young extreme Dao sacred immortal's expression was extremely solemn. Rays of sword rays shot out from his body and directly destroyed the destructive energy that was about to obliterate everything. However, although his sword rays were able to block the power of the killing formation, the power of his sword Dao was also constantly being depleted. "Let's break out of here together!" Boss E shouted. After all, they were extreme Dao sacred immortals of the older generation that had lived for countless years. They were countless times stronger than low-stage extreme Dao sacred immortals. If it was any other extreme Dao sacred immortal, they would have been refined to death by this shocking killing formation. Rumble! A giant coffin was faintly visible in the primordial chaos chi. Countless ancient Dao runes appeared on the giant coffin, emitting extremely terrifying energy waves. Roars came from the giant coffin, causing the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals to be extremely shocked. That heavenly wolf is still alive? Sacred immortal Serene Yuan was shocked. If that was really the case, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place alive. "There's no way he's still alive," the drunken old man murmured. The wine gourd in his hand was emitting immortal light that actually blocked the power of the surrounding killing formation. Among the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals, only the disheveled old man was unaffected. He was still at ease. Heaven's extremity. What do you know that we don't? Boss, he looked at the disheveled old man. He was almost unable to block it anymore. He could sense that the power of the killing formation was continuously gathering towards the giant coffin. Boom! With a loud bang, the coffin lid suddenly flew up. A hand reached out from the giant coffin. It was a skinny arm with long and sharp nails. A powerful aura of death emanated from the arm. A zombie? The 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals felt their scalps go numb. Was the Supreme that should have been dead for countless years crawling out of the coffin? In the next moment, the arm shrouded in death chi shrunk back into the giant coffin. The giant coffin was pitch black. Even the extreme Dao sacred immortals could not see into it. What are we waiting for? If we don't join forces, we'll all die here. Boss E roared. The aura of death in the giant coffin was vast. There seemed to be a terrifying hell evolving inside. The power was constantly increasing and had long surpassed the extreme Dao sacred immortal. All right, that's how it should be. The 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals rushed together. 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals gathered and formed an extreme Dao domain. It was as if the sky was being split open, opening up a different world. This was the terror of the extreme Dao sacred immortals. Their power was not as simple as 1 + 1. The 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals joining forces was enough to sweep through the primordial world. Even the supreme sky wolf might not be a match for them. But now, the ancient killing formation set up by the supreme sky wolf actually forced the 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals to join forces. Boom! The extreme Tao domain instantly expanded. Countless formation runes were destroyed. The extreme Tao sacred immortals joined forces to form a different world. It actually enveloped the giant coffin made of innate, primordial divine metal. Haha! Let's see what's in that sky wolf's coffin. Supreme Yu Yuan laughed and arrived before the giant coffin in a flash. At this moment, the primordial chaos chi that enveloped the giant coffin was dispersed. Yu Yuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and break the formation. Boss E roared at Supreme Yu Yuan. Boss E, this coffin is the core of the formation. Destroy it, and the killing formation will collapse by itself. Supreme Yu Yuan said. The other Supremes were stunned. Meanwhile, the destructive power that surged from all directions compressed the range of the extreme Tao sacred immortals world. The 4 Supremes were struggling bitterly. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the giant coffin and pierced through Supreme Yu Yuan's chest and came out from his back. The hand was actually holding a heart. Supreme Yu Yuan's heart was pulled out by the withered hand that was shrouded in the aura of death. What? Chapter 4492. Just as Gu Fei was deducing the heaven-shaking killing formation, the heaven-shaking killing formation began to show its power. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals who had entered the great Sirius abyss were trapped in the Sirius graveyard. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals had to join forces to barely protect themselves. This was only temporary as the power of the killing formation continued to soar. The power of the ancient stars in the sky gathered towards the killing formation. Beams of starlight larger than mountains descended from the sky and entered the Sirius killing formation. This was the power of the supreme Tao sacred immortals. Even Gu Fei felt a sense of danger. Although he had borrowed Chu Xiaoyun's body to travel in the primordial realm, his cultivation level was still at the supreme Tao sacred immortal realm. He also cultivated the Eye of Eternity, which could see through all falsehoods. Under the gaze of his Eye of Eternity, the entire killing array had no secrets to speak of. Because of this, Gu Fei was able to deduce the life gate of the perfect killing formation. However, the life gate of the killing formation was constantly moving and changing. Pan Jianming, the divine son of the 5 elements sky sect, had already turned pale with fright. Although he was a divine son, he had never seen something like this. Pan Jianming knew very well that he had to follow behind Gu Fei if he wanted to live. Meanwhile, the 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals had joined forces to create a different world where the Sirius coffin was located. Rumble, the power of the killing formation, continued to soar. It seemed like it would not last much longer. Supreme Yu Yuan, who was standing next to the coffin, was suddenly pierced by a sharp claw from the coffin, and his heart was snatched away. Roar! Supreme Yu Yuan roared into the sky. In the next moment, he was directly dragged into the coffin by the sharp claw. Bam! The coffin lid flew back and covered the coffin. What? All the other extreme Tao Saint Immortals were stunned by this scene. The coffin kept shaking. Soon it stopped moving. Rays of blood-red light erupted from the coffin. It seemed like the coffin had completely awakened. Yu Yuan, that bastard! Boss E was shocked and furious. He never would have thought that Supreme Yu Yuan would actually die here. That was Supreme Yu Yuan. Back then, the battle between Supremacy Nether Yuan and Supremacy Skywolf had been earth-shattering. In the end, neither side had been able to determine the victor. It could be said that Supreme Netherworld Yuan had also schemed against Supreme Skywolf. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. What should we do? The extreme Tao Sword Immortal was no longer calm. After the giant coffin devoured Supreme Yu Yuan, the energy fluctuations emitted from the coffin became even stronger. At this moment, the four supreme sacred immortals stayed far away from the coffin and did not dare to approach it. This giant coffin was not ordinary. It could devour people. At this time, Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming arrived nearby. Gu Fei immediately spotted the four supreme Tao sacred immortals who were struggling in the center of the killing formation. These four fellows, Gu Fei could sense that the power of the immortal Tao on the four supreme sacred immortals was weakening. The space the four supreme sacred immortals had created was shrinking. "Brother Chu, why did you stop?" Pan Jiaming asked carefully. "There's no more path ahead," Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" When Pan Jiaming heard this, his face turned pale with fright. "What should we do? I don't want to die here." Pan Jiaming immediately cowered. He had no choice but to cower. This supreme killing formation could even trap and kill an extreme Tao Saint Immortal. He wasn't even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal yet. Tisk, chickening out again? Gu Fei glanced at Pan Jiaming. This guy is still a coward after all. "Brother Chu, why are you still in the mood to joke at a time like this?" Pan Jiaming was on the verge of tears. He had worked so hard to cultivate, gone through so many trials and killed so many competitors to become the divine child of the five elements heavenly sect. But in the end, it was all for naught. Buzz! At this moment, a sword hum resounded from Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from his body, and a sword appeared above his head. Although the sword had not been unsheathed, a chilling sword aura had already seeped out, sharp to the extreme. When Pan Jiaming saw this, he was slightly surprised. Why does this little fellow still want to use such a sword? The aura emitted by the sword wasn't very strong, but the moment the sword appeared, the entire world seemed to have changed. The terrifying destructive force coming at them from all directions was blocked by the gentle sword radiance emitted by the sword above Gu Fei's head. Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded. No wonder Chu Shaoyan was so calm. He already had a plan and was not afraid of the killing formation at all. Although he could not break the formation, for this killing formation to want to trap him, it was not an easy thing either. "Brother Chu, you scared me to death. Why didn't you use this Tao artifact earlier?" Pan Jiaming calmed down and was no longer afraid. The sword floating above Gu Fei's head released a wave of power that enveloped Pan Jiaming. "Fellow Taoist outside, may I borrow the sword in your hand?" Boss E had already sensed that there were two uninvited guests outside. People who could come to the core area of the Celestial Wolf Tomb were definitely not simple. "No way." Gu Fei rejected him directly. "You want to borrow my 9 Heavenly Stars sword? Dream on." The 9 Heaven Stars sword was a Tao artifact that Gu Fei had refined himself. It was an eternal Tao artifact that had surpassed the category of an extreme Tao artifact. Therefore, this super killing array could not do anything to the 9 Heaven Stars sword. "Fellow Taoist, if you can save us, we can agree to any request." The Supreme Sword Immortal said hurriedly. "That's right. We can agree to any of your conditions." The middle-aged Supreme Martial Artist nodded. The Heaven's Extremity also agreed. Although the Heaven's Extremity looked like he would never wake up from his drunken stupor, he knew better than anyone else. Agree to any condition? Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded when he saw the 4 extreme Tao sacred immortals trying to curry favor with Gu Fei. The extreme Tao sacred immortals, who were usually high and mighty, actually had times when they needed someone's help. "Hand over everything you have on you, and I'll think about it." Gu Fei glanced at the 4 experts trapped in the formation and said, The 4 supreme sacred immortals exchanged glances. They were displeased, but they had no choice but to grab onto their only lifeline. They had no other choice. As the 4 supreme sacred immortals lost their immortal energy, they could not hold on for much longer. "No, forget it then. Let's go." Chapter 4493. In the primal beginning realm, the number 1 forbidden ground of the southern region, the Skywolf Abyss, erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful energy. Someone had used an unparalleled method to set up an ancient killing trap. It was a prelude to killing extreme Tao sacred immortals. Then, those ignorant extreme Tao sacred immortals actually barged into the forbidden ground and triggered the super killing formation laid down by the Skywolf supremacy. Rumble! Countless ancient stars revolved wildly in the depths of the starry sky. The entire starry sky was enormous, but it had already turned into a killing formation, gathering countless stars to condense the power of extreme killing. Nice move! Powerful consciousnesses surged out from all over the primal beginning realm and instantly soared into the 9 heavens. Several consciousnesses manifested near the starry sky formation in the blink of an eye. That little wolf cub actually had such a trump card. It seems like we've underestimated him. A wave of divine sense rippled out from one of the devil's blurry divine sense projections. Humph. If you guys hadn't interfered back then. A consciousness's manifestation that resembled a demonic sun said angrily, "It's all in the past. Why bring it up?" Another figure said disapprovingly, although he was only a consciousness's manifestation. 9 suns floated around him. A bunch of short-sighted fools. A blurry figure said coldly, "Humph." The other consciousnesses were displeased, but they didn't dare to say anything. The owner of this consciousness's manifestation was a super old fogey. All the consciousnesses present were wary of him. You guys want to surpass your limits, but don't allow others to try. You're all a bunch of idiots. The consciousness's manifestation didn't care about any of the other consciousnesses present at all. Old fogey, there's no point flaunting your seniority here. A consciousness's manifestation shrouded in black chi sneered. This guy, the other consciousnesses were shocked. Someone actually dared to provoke this existence. Did he have a death wish? In the next moment, the other divine will clones immediately retreated far away. He's just an old fogey. Why are you all so afraid of him? The consciousness's manifestation said disdainfully, "Little brother, you're awesome." The figure with 9 suns floating around him gave a thumbs up to the young sovereign's incarnation. "You have guts." Old Antique's divine sense changed, and a senile old man in linen robes appeared in the starry sky. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was just a divine sense incarnation, he would definitely have thought that this was old Antique's true body. His divine will is so condensed. The other spiritual incarnations were shocked. Extreme Tao sane immortals were also divided into different levels. Extreme Tao sane immortals at the initial level of Extreme Tao were only at the entry level of Extreme Tao. Compared to Extreme Tao sane immortals at the middle level or greater mastery level of Extreme Tao, they were too weak. As for those at the peak of the Extreme Tao, they could pinch an early stage Extreme Tao saint immortal to death with a single finger. The old man had existed for countless years. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the extreme Tao sacred immortals who had lived the longest in the grand primordial world. He was extremely ancient, powerful, and terrifying. The sole purpose of their existence in the world was to break through the shackles of the extreme Tao and become a truly eternal supreme existence. However, no one in the grand primordial world had been able to break through the shackles of the extreme Tao and become a supreme existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. Sovereign Skywolf was extremely outstanding. These old antique extreme Tao sacred immortals believed that Sovereign Skywolf would surpass the extreme Tao. However, some of them were afraid that Sovereign Skywolf would kill them if he really took that step. "Old man, you should go back and rest. Your era has passed. This is the era of us young people," the young sovereign mocked. "Your era." The old man spoke. It wasn't a divine sense fluctuation. His voice was extremely old, and his hair was almost all gone. There was no light in his eyes. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, but no one dared to underestimate this seemingly weak old man. "That's right. This is our era. Old man, you should go enjoy your life." The young sovereign smiled disdainfully. "You think I don't dare to kill you, fearless?" The old man also smiled. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face immediately cracked like old tree bark, a bit horrifying. "Old man, do you dare? Behind me is—" Before the young supremacy could finish his sentence, the old man opposite him waved his hand casually. In the next moment, the young supremacy disappeared into the void. That wasn't all. A strange force actually followed the young sovereign's divine sense and reached the young sovereign's body. Roar! A furious and terrified roar suddenly came from a divine mountain in the eastern region of the grand primordial world. In the next moment, the divine mountain suddenly exploded. A terrifying power of the extreme path erupted. The entire divine mountain and everything within a radius of billions of kilometers with the divine mountain as the center was instantly turned to dust. Roar! Who killed my disciple? At this moment, an old voice rang out. In the next moment, a huge hand descended from the sky and directly suppressed the destructive power that was still surging out in all directions. Supreme Ming Yao is dead? When the news spread, the entire eastern region of the grand primordial world was in an uproar. Supreme Ming Yao was Great Emperor Hao Xian's disciple. Great Emperor Hao Xian was the most ancient, extreme, Tao, sacred immortal in the grand primordial world. Only existences like him, who had lived for countless years and possessed unfathomable cultivation, would dare call themselves Great Emperor. The title of Great Emperor was absolutely supreme in the grand primordial world. There was only one Great Emperor in the entire eastern region of the grand primordial world, and that was Great Emperor Hao Xian. Someone had actually killed Ming Yao. This was absolutely shocking. Daotian, old ghost, how dare you kill my disciple? I'm not done with you. An old voice spread throughout the entire star field. Great Emperor Hao Xian's figure quickly appeared in the starry sky. It was an enormous figure, and the stars were even smaller than his eyes. TCH, so what if I killed him? What do you want? The old man chuckled. Go to hell. Great Emperor Hao Xian attacked the old man. However, the old man called Dao Tian also attacked. Rumble! Two extremely strong forces clashed against each other, destroying each other. Countless stars in the surroundings directly exploded. This kind of energy fluctuation could destroy everything. Although it was a battle between divine will clones, the power displayed was like an extreme Tao sacred immortal attacking with all his might. These two lunatics, the other Supreme's divine will clones, all retreated far away. Great Emperor Hao Xian and Dao Tian Great Emperor were both supreme existences whose names shook the ancient times. However, no one expected these two great emperors to fight. A battle between great emperors was a rare occurrence. A battle between experts of this level was terrifying to the extreme. It could easily destroy an entire region and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. Hao Xian save it. It's impossible to determine a victor between us. Dao Tian, Great Emperor, sneered. Damn it! Great Emperor Hao Xian was furious, but he knew that he really couldn't do anything to this guy. Even if his true body descended, it would be useless. At this time, in the southern region of the primal beginning realm, Gu Fei extorted many good things from the four extreme Tao sacred immortals trapped in the great abyss killing formation. Little guy, you actually didn't use us to escape after getting the benefits. Eldest, he stared at Gu Fei outside and gritted his teeth. No one had ever dared to lie to him, but this little guy dared to do so. He deserved to die. Wave after wave of extreme Tao energy rushed out of Eldest Yi's body and was devoured by the killing formation. They couldn't even protect themselves. This is the eternal fire. It can burn everything in the world to ashes. Yes, and this thing, don't be fooled by its black appearance. This is the 9 heaven star iron. It's a divine refining metal exclusive to Supremes. Gu Fei's eyes were shining as he held a large piece of black iron. The 9 heaven star iron was a rare divine material. Back then, he obtained a large piece of 9 heaven star iron and refined it into the 9 heaven star sword. At this time, Pan Jiaming was envious of Gu Fei. This guy is really audacious. He actually dared to cheat the 4 extreme Tao sacred immortals of their belongings. If the 4 extreme Tao sacred immortals were to escape, they would die without a burial place. Even if he was the divine son of the 5 elements sky sect, these extreme Tao sacred immortals would definitely not let him go. After all, if the 4 extreme Tao sacred immortals joined forces, they could ignore the 5 elements sky sect. After all, there were no extreme Tao sacred immortals in the entire 5 elements sky sect. I say, Brother Chu, let's escape. Pan Jiaming was terrified again. TSK, what are you afraid of? These 4 guys are not good people. How can they be good people who came to dig up graves? They deserve to die. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. That's true. But Pan Jiaming wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by Gu Fei. Right at this time, the lid of the innate Grand Mist divine iron coffin in the center of the formation flew up again. In the next moment, a figure covered in black qi rushed out of the coffin. It was Supreme Yu Yuan. To be more precise, it was Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body. Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body had been taken over by someone. I've waited for countless years. You bastards are finally here. Supreme Yu Yuan laughed out loud. A shocking killing intent erupted from his body. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be blue divine flames burning. Reincarnation. Boss E and the others were shocked. Supreme Skywolf really came back to life. Skywolf, give me that thing and I'll leave. At this time, the drunk old man suddenly stared at Supreme Skywolf, who had taken over Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body. You are... Supreme Skywolf stared at the disheveled old man thoughtfully. Heaven Extremity? You're the Heaven Extremity? How is this possible? How did you become like this? Supreme Skywolf exclaimed in shock. I want that thing. The disheveled old man continued. Supreme Skywolf did not say anything. He only stared at Heaven Extremity. What is it that even a Supreme wants? Chapter 4494. The power of the abyss in the primal beginning world was completely awakened. The power of the super-killing formation kept increasing. The 4 supreme immortals who were trapped in the eye of the formation could not sit still any longer and lost their cool. What shocked the 4 extreme Daosein immortals was that Supreme Skywolf actually seized Supreme Nether Yuan's body and used such a method to live a second life. Who would have thought? Pan Jianming, who was next to Gu Fei, was already dumbfounded by the scene before him. The legendary Supreme Skywolf was not completely dead and had even broken free. Roar! Supreme Skywolf roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, causing the void to undulate like waves. This guy, even Gu Fei, was a little shocked. Supreme Skywolf was indeed an overlord, as expected of an overlord-level existence. His strength after taking over someone else's body was actually this powerful. It was truly frightening. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that Supreme Skywolf had taken over Supreme Yu Yuan's body. Supreme Yu Yuan was an old Supreme Immortal after all. His cultivation was not much weaker than Supreme Skywolf's back then. Moreover, Supreme Skywolf's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. The killing formation was constantly drawing the power of the abyss to nourish his primordial spirit. Although he could no longer use his body, his primordial spirit was so powerful that even Supreme Yu Yuan could not compare to it. His primordial spirit was directly shattered and his body was taken. It was a pity that Supreme Yu Yuan had cultivated for countless years and cultivated an extremely powerful supreme immortal physique. In the end, not only did he die a tragic death, but his immortal physique was also taken away by someone else. I only want that thing. The disheveled old man who was trapped in the eye of the formation stared at Supreme Skywolf. He was still calm and fearless, even though he was trapped in the formation. What thing? Supreme Sky Wolf was stunned. He had once dominated the world and obtained countless treasures. He really did not know what the disheveled old man wanted. Fortune, divine fruit, the disheveled old man said in a deep voice. His eyes also lit up. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme after hearing the disheveled old man's words. Who would have thought? He actually wants the fortune divine fruit. That little wolf cub really obtained the universe fortune divine fruit? The other extreme Tao, sacred immortals, were shocked. It's actually a fortune divine fruit. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had only heard of fortune divine fruits, but had never seen one before. But now, the Sky Wolf Sovereign actually possessed a divine fruit that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. At this moment, everyone's gazes towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign changed. The fortune divine fruit was a kind of divine fruit that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, as it could sever one's father's bloodline. In this way, the bloodline power from his father's generation would disappear. For people like the old tortoise who were unable to break through to the extreme grade due to the bloodline shackles of their fathers, this fortune divine fruit could help them break through the bloodline shackles. The fortune divine fruit could defy the heavens, change one's fate, and reshape one's true self. This kind of divine fruit was simply heaven-defying and was hailed as the #1 divine herb in the universe. No one could have imagined that such a heaven-defying divine medicine was in the possession of the heavenly wolf supremacy. The legends were not all groundless. There was still some truth in them. Rumble. At this moment, the endless heaven and earth essence continued to increase, and streaks of starlight that were larger than mountains descended from the sky and entered the killing array. The 4 extreme grade saint immortals gritted their teeth and held on. They had no choice but to hold on. At the same time, the 4 extreme grade saint immortals' vitality was constantly being devoured by the killing array, while the Sky Wolf Sovereign's strength was constantly increasing. The result was obvious. Heaven Extremity, I have a great use for this fortune divine fruit, so I can't give it to you, the Sky Wolf Sovereign said in a deep voice. At the same time, he attacked Boss E. A giant wolf shadow immediately rushed out from his body and roared at Boss E. With just a single attack, Boss E was sent flying and coughed out blood. Damn it! Boss E was shocked and furious. The other party's strength was extremely tyrannical, and he had exhausted a lot of his vitality. Otherwise, how could this fellow suppress him? I'm not satisfied with the battle back then. Boss E, you're one of the masterminds back then. You can die now. The Sky Wolf Sovereign roared furiously and turned into a cloud of black mist. The black mist penetrated through every opening and instantly enveloped Boss E. What? Boss E was shocked. The black mist entered his body through his pores, and very quickly he became skinny at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he was reduced to a bag of bones. Bam! Boss Yi's body exploded, and his body and soul were both destroyed. The remaining extreme grade Saint Immortals were dumbfounded when they saw this. As the black mist condensed, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's figure appeared once again. After devouring Boss Yi's vitality, his cultivation and battle strength had directly recovered to his peak state back then. Streaks of black light revolved around the Sky Wolf Sovereign, and every single one of them easily tore through the void. The terrifying aura that erupted from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. The 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Evil technique. It's the demonic technique that was created by that lunatic. The remaining extreme grade Saint Immortals were shocked by this scene. Even the Heaven Extremity's expression turned extremely solemn. I'll settle the score with that person after I devour all of you. The Sky Wolf Sovereign glanced at the 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals and said, "Humph, you?" At this moment, the drunkenness on the disheveled old man had already disappeared. At this moment, a strong battle intent burst forth from his body. He was just like an unparalleled god of war, looking down on the world with disdain. Haha, that's more like it. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's gaze landed on the disheveled old man, the heaven extremity. His battle intent also boiled when he sensed the energy wave that erupted from the heaven extremity's body. At their cultivation realm, they were almost invincible. It was rare to find a worthy opponent. Boom! At the next moment, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura burst out from the heaven's extremity's body and spread out in all directions. Every inch of the void was filled with the heaven extremity's tyrannical aura. Without any superfluous words, the heavenly wolf supremacy and the heaven extremity started fighting. Violent energy spread out in all directions and was constantly refined by the formation. Even Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming, who were outside the formation core, were startled. Gu Fei was quickly deducing the killing formation. He was shocked to discover that the only way out of the super killing formation was the formation core. In other words, he could only soar into the sky and escape the peerless Great Tomb if he could destroy the formation core. However, even the energy unleashed by the two extreme grade Saint Immortals could not destroy the formation core. It was definitely not an easy task to destroy the formation. At this moment, the extreme grade Sword Immortal and the middle-aged 9 sons, Supreme, attacked the Sky Wolf Sovereign at the same time. Rumble. Within the eye of the killing formation, it was as if a world was evolving. Even the void was being shaken, causing cracks to appear one after another. However, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was invincible in the killing formation. Even the ancient extreme grade Saint Immortals were no match for him. The killing formation drew the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the power of the terrifying abyss. Each of these two powers was enough to wipe out an ordinary extreme grade Saint Immortal. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals were sent flying by the Sky Wolf Sovereign. That's all you got. The Sky Wolf Sovereign said disdainfully. He stretched out his right hand, and the 3 extreme Tao sacred immortals that he had sent flying flew back to him. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime echoed in the sky. An unimaginably brilliant sword ray shot out from the extreme grade sword immortal's body toward the Sky Wolf Sovereign. The Sky Wolf Sovereign had faked his death for countless years just for this day, after devouring the power of the extreme grade Saint Immortals. His cultivation might be able to surpass the extreme grade and take the step that he did not manage to take in the past. As a matter of fact, the Sky Wolf Sovereign had already fallen into the demonic path after using the all-devouring divine ability. To the Sky Wolf Sovereign, there was no such thing as being demonic. So what if it was a demonic cultivation technique? It was fine as long as it could improve his cultivation and combat strength. That's enough. A voice came from deep in the sky when the Sky Wolf Sovereign was about to kill the remaining 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals. In the next moment, a giant hand descended from the altar and grabbed at the formation core of the killing formation. Rumble! The entire killing formation was shaking. Countless formation runes were branded in the sky, drawing in the power of the heavens and earth from all directions. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was almost invincible at this moment. Get lost! The Sky Wolf Sovereign clenched his right hand and threw a punch at the giant hand in the sky. There were no divine abilities or immortal arts. It was just a simple and direct punch, and it instantly blasted a path through the void. The force of the punch soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand actually exploded. Whoosh! The 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals immediately soared into the sky. They wanted to charge out of the path that the Sky Wolf Sovereign had created and leave this place. However, there was no way the Sky Wolf Sovereign would let them escape. The Sky Wolf Sovereign pressed his hand down, and the bodies of the 3 extreme path sacred immortals immediately exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that dissipated in the void. Did they die just like that? Someone exclaimed, "You're underestimating the extreme grade Saint Immortals." Someone said disapprovingly, "All right, enough playing around." A powerful figure had already appeared in the sky. An ancient supreme existence was making a move. An old voice came from the sky and spread across the entire southern region of the primordial beginning realm. At the same time, rays of sword rays descended from the sky. They tore through the chaos and obliterated the sky before slashing at the sky wolf sovereign in the abyss. Chapter 4495. The supreme saint immortals of the primal beginning world and the supreme exalts of the ancestral world only had different names, but they were actually existences that stood at the apex. They could shatter the universe with a flick of their fingers and destroy the sky with a wave of their hands. The endless universe was their playground. The primal beginning world was a world of immortals. Countless existences that cultivated to the limit were supreme saint immortals. No one knew how many supreme saint immortals there were in the primal beginning world. But the peak organizations in the primal beginning world all had supreme exalts. For example, organizations like the Heavenly Sect of Five Elements and the Pingtian Divine Empire were able to exist until now because they had supreme saint immortals. In particular, the Heavenly Sect of Five Elements had existed for countless years. They had experienced many eras, legacies like that possessed extremely great heritage. As long as they had supreme saint immortals, they could continue to exist. Although the Pingtian Divine Empire had existed for a relatively short period of time, it was still a tremendous existence in the primal beginning world. It ruled over a region of millions of kilometers and countless lives. The reason why the Pingtian Divine Empire could exist in the primal beginning world for several 100,000 years was because the Supreme Saint King of the Pingtian Divine Empire was still alive. Within Supreme Saint King, no one dared to touch the Pingtian Divine Empire. The third prince and the first prince had come to the abyss as well, but they were extremely lucky. Although they had entered the abyss briefly, they immediately retreated, avoiding a disaster. On a mountain 1,000 kilometers away from the abyss, Yen Sun, the third prince of Pingtian, saw the killing aura soaring into the sky in front of him. Beams of destructive divine light shredded experts into pieces one after another. He did not even realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. If he were still in there, his soul would definitely be wiped out. Even a death substitution talisman would be useless. Even a death substitution talisman would not be able to protect his life in a place of danger like this. The people behind the third prince trembled as well. The surging killing intent made them feel like a sword was pressed against their necks. Only the two elders from the Zong family remained relatively composed. After all, they were people who had seen much. In another direction, the first prince, Yen Zhao, broke out in a cold sweat as well. Compared to the third prince, Yen Sun, who had many followers, the first prince, Yen Zhao, was all alone. I wonder how senior brother is doing. In the sky above a city thousands of miles away from the abyss, Wang Chen, the leader of the Five Elements sect, frowned as he looked at the starlight shining in the sky. Skywolf Grotto Heaven was simply a meat grinder. Whoever went in would be unlucky. In Wang Chen's eyes, the legendary Sirius Cave Heaven in the Great Abyss was a world of its own. But who would have thought that the so-called Sirius Cave Heaven was actually a trap set up by Sirius Supreme? The unusual movements of the abyss attracted the attention of countless experts. Even quite a few of the most ancient, immortal Tao Supremes were alarmed. At this moment, one terrifying sword light after another descended from the sky, directly breaking through the power of the great abyss and slashing towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign. However, after these terrifying sword lights, which were powerful enough to annihilate a star domain, fell into the killing formation, they quickly dimmed and disappeared before they could even reach the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. The supreme sword Tao power was actually devoured by the killing formation. Not bad. An ancient voice rang out. A figure walked down from the sky. Every step he took caused the entire world to tremble. In just 2 or 3 steps, this person had arrived in front of them. This was a white-haired old man. This old man's hair and eyebrows were both white. He was tall and had a mighty appearance. Even though he seemed to be standing casually, he gave off an incomparably oppressive feeling. "It's you!" Supremacy Skywolf looked at the old man. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Shaoqing Wolf, come out and accept your death!" An aged voice rang out. That old man stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the heavenly wolf sovereign. At this moment, even though the Heaven Extremity and the other two extreme Tao Holy Immortals were still trapped in the formation, they had already rushed out of the formation core. Rumble, the terrifying power of the abyss, swept toward the three supreme sacred immortals in a frenzy. The Heaven Extremity and the others joined forces to activate an extreme Tao weapon to block the destructive power that was coming from all directions. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out. Shadows of powerful beasts rushed out of the abyss and pounced toward the Heaven Extremity and the others. Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from each of the beast silhouettes. These beastly silhouettes were not actual ferocious beasts. They were merely beast souls. However, even though they were beast souls, they were still extremely terrifying. Even an extreme heavenly immortal would die if they were to be pounced on. The Heaven Extremity, and the extreme Tao Sword Immortals were shocked to see this. Boom! The first beast soul slammed into the everlasting bell with a loud bang. The bell's ringing reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The ringing of the bell was extremely shocking. The everlasting bell was a supreme Tao weapon that the Heaven Extremity had refined for countless years. It was used for defense. Even an all-out attack from an ancient supreme existence would not be able to break through it. The shadows of the beast slammed into the everlasting bell. The everlasting bell shook violently, and countless ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial times spread out from the everlasting bell. What do we do? The Heaven Extremity and the others inside the everlasting bell were extremely anxious. They used all their strength to activate the everlasting bell and barely managed to block the attacks of the countless beast souls. However, they would still be in danger as time went on. What else can we do? Let's see if those old antiques can subdue the Skywolf Supreme. The Heaven Extremity scoffed. Huang Xiaolong only wanted the fortune divine fruits, not the heavenly wolf supremacy. The others more or less had some karma with the Skywolf Supreme. Supreme Nether Yuan was the one who had dealt with the Skywolf Supreme in the past. Boss Yi's sect was also destroyed by the Skywolf Supreme. Even the extreme Tao Sword Immortal was a junior disciple of a super old antique. That super old antique had also attacked the Skywolf Supreme in the past. Kill! At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's might reached an extreme. With a furious roar, he sent a fist flying towards the old man in the sky. His punch drew upon the power of the great abyss, causing the entire killing formation to shake. Boundless power of heaven and earth frantically converged on him. The violent fist force tore through the void and shook heaven and earth. Humph! That old man sneered. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying fist of the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was instantly neutralized, causing him to stagger backward. What? The Skywolf Supreme was indescribably shocked. Could it be that, even after plotting for so many years, he still wasn't a match for these old antiques? He recalled how he had been plotted against in the past. His physical body had been crippled, leaving only his nascent spirit trapped in a coffin made of primordial divine iron. In that dark coffin, he had endured unimaginable pain and endless loneliness. Until today, he had finally come out into the world. His nascent spirit was so powerful that he had long surpassed those old antiques. However, it seemed like he had still underestimated them. Humph, you're just an ant. Even if you were an ant in the past, you're still an ant now. An ant will always be an ant. The old man sneered. Humph, that's right. Our existences aren't something you can imagine. Another powerful figure walked out from the distance. This person was shrouded in a layer of mist. He looked illusory, but the aura he exuded was shocking. It was like a world pressing down on the great abyss killing formation. You, the Skywolf Supreme glared at the newcomer, gritting his teeth. He knew that it was these masterminds who had acted in the past, causing him to suffer for so many years. Haha, you bunch of arrogant fools. You think you're all high and mighty, but haven't you all been trapped at the peak of extreme Tao for so many years? The Skywolf Supreme suddenly laughed. The path to the end of extreme Tao. The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the Skywolf Supreme. So these fellows are looking for a way to surpass extreme Tao? Gu Fei watched coldly from the side. At this time he already understood that these fellows only had one goal, and that was to surpass extreme Tao. These fellows who had lived for countless years had long become indifferent to everything. However, there was one thing that they would never forget even in death. Surpassing extreme Tao and becoming a truly invincible existence was the only goal of these super antiques. Sigh, what a bunch of pitiful people. Gu Fei sighed. He was the only one who knew how difficult it was to surpass the extreme grade, even in the primogenitor realm. He was the only one to surpass extreme Tao and become a supreme eternal existence. However, so what if he became an eternal supreme existence? There would still be opponents. Back then, the primogenitor first demon was also an eternal supreme existence. Gu Fei recalled everything that had happened in the past and felt like a lifetime had passed. At this time, the Antique and the Skywolf Supreme were locked in a fierce battle. The two figures gave off an earth-shattering energy fluctuation. The Paragon Skywolf had finally met his match. His opponent was extremely strong. Every single move he made was filled with immense might that sent the Paragon Skywolf flying one after another. The Skywolf Supreme coughed up blood. His extreme Tao immortal physique was riddled with cracks, but no blood seeped out of them. Supremacy Skywolf had possessed Supremacy Yuan's immortal body. This extreme Tao immortal body was unimaginably powerful. It was simply a human-shaped extreme Tao artifact. But now the extreme Tao immortal physique was actually cracked by the old man. Too weak, too weak. What have you been doing all these years? The old man mocked as he attacked. Flaunting your seniority. Who the hell do you think you are? The Skywolf Supreme sneered. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and strode toward the old man. Li Kuan, you're regressing the more you live. You can't even take care of a puny ant. Another super antique spoke up. If you're that good, then come at me. The old man named Li Kuan was done for. Die. Chapter 4496. Supremacy Skywolf was undoubtedly very strong. He could draw upon the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the power of the great abyss. Such power was absolutely unparalleled. Unfortunately, Supremacy Skywolf's extreme path immortal physique was too weak. He possessed the body of Supremacy Yuan, who was considered an expert among the Supremacies. However, Supremacy Yuan's extreme path immortal physique could not withstand the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the great abyss. Not even 1/10,000th of it. Forcefully using this power would cause one's body to explode and their primordial spirit to collapse. Roar! Supremacy Skywolf had no other choice. He frantically drew upon the power from all directions. Rays of divine light wandered around his body like lightning. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body. Hey, Li Kuan, that wolf cub is going all out. The blurry figure in the distance said, I can see it. Going all out? You'll need to have the capital to do so. Li Kuan sneered. Going all out? Sure, but he needed to have the capital to do so. Preposterous. Supremacy Skywolf was enraged. This guy dared to look down on him. This daddy will teach him a lesson. Heavenly Wolf slaughters the heavens. Supremacy Skywolf roared. In the next moment, his aura soared to the limit. Then he formed a seal with both hands. Hand seals. Roar! Endless power gathered on his hand seals. A terrifying wolf silhouette appeared in the void, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Without any hesitation, the wolf formed by Supremacy's Skywolf pounced at Patriarch Li Kuan. The might of this pounce caused the entire world to tremble. Courting death, Patriarch Li Kuan's face darkened. He waved his sleeve and whipped at the wolf that was pouncing at him. However, in the next moment, immortal ancestor Li Kuan's sleeve exploded. The wolf's sharp claws reached for his head. Damn it! Li Kuan was enraged. A ball of immortal light erupted from his body and instantly enveloped him. The wolf's sharp claws were directly blocked by the immortal light. It couldn't break through the immortal light's defense. Li Kuan directly stretched out his hands and grabbed the two front legs of the fierce wolf. With a forceful pull, he actually tore the fierce wolf into two halves. Although the fierce wolf was formed by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign using the Heavenly Wolf Slaughtering Heaven art, it was incomparably real, just like a real fierce wolf with flesh and blood. The wolf that was torn in half by Patriarch Li Kuan dissipated into the void. The moment Li Kuan broke the Sky Wolf Supremacy's mystic art, a divine light instantly pierced through Patriarch Li Kuan's body. This left Patriarch Li Kuan in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Patriarch Li Kuan lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He saw that his wound was suddenly burning. I can't accept this. Old ancestor Li Kuan revealed a look of despair. With his wound as the center, his entire body turned into ashes, and the ashes dissipated into the world. A powerful immortal Tao old ancestor, or to be precise, a supreme immortal ancestor, died just like that. His body and soul were completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Even the internal world of the supreme immortal ancestor silently crumbled, and everything inside was obliterated. The other supreme path immortal ancestor in the sky, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Impossible! A supreme immortal ancestor exclaimed in shock. Humph, do you really think I'm that easy to bully? As the Sky Wolf Sovereign looked around, his eyes flickered with a bright light. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The mysterious figure in the distance sighed. Patriarch Li Kuan was a super old fogey with an extremely powerful cultivation base, but he still died at the hands of the Sky Wolf Supremacy. That's right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Sky Wolf Supremacy had pretended to be weak before suddenly erupting with power and killing Patriarch Li Kuan. The truth was that the Sky Wolf Supremacy had only succeeded because Li Kuan hadn't put him in his eyes. He had been too careless. What's going on? Didn't Patriarch Li Kuan have the upper hand? Patriarch Li Kuan lost? Heaven Extremity and the others who were still trapped in the killing formation were utterly shocked. In their opinion, Patriarch Li Kuan was a supreme immortal who had lived longer than them. He was known as a supreme immortal ancestor in the primal beginning realm. The death of a supreme immortal ancestor was unprecedented. One should know that a supreme immortal ancestor was much stronger than a supreme immortal. Although it was hard to believe, Patriarch Li Kuan was truly dead. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to fight? The Sky Wolf Supremacy stood in the sky and emitted a boundless immortal glow. No one dared to accept his challenge. Li Kuan is dead. Hao Xian, you're next. The Sky Wolf Supremacy's voice echoed throughout the primal beginning realm. What? He's challenging Emperor Hao Xian? That's a great emperor. An older cultivator exclaimed in shock. Great Emperor was the title given to the supreme experts in the primal beginning realm. The extreme Tao realms in the primal beginning realm could be divided into 3 realms: Supreme Saint Immortal, Supreme Immortal Ancestor, and Supreme Great Emperor. Supreme Great Emperors were invincible existences that could do whatever they wanted in the primal beginning realm. Haha, Hao Xian, that brat is challenging you. What, you don't dare to accept the challenge? In the depths of the starry sky, 2 powerful figures were facing off against each other. The phenomenon of the two figures was shocking. One of them was like the ruler of a star region, with a star region faintly appearing around him. The other figure was surrounded by vast primordial qi. Humph! Great Emperor Haoxian sneered, but he did not say anything. Haoxian, you seem to be getting more and more timid. Emperor Dao Heaven sneered. Dao Heaven, let's settle the matter of you killing my disciple first. Emperor Haoxian stared coldly at Emperor Dao Heaven. Who's afraid of you? Emperor Dao Heaven said as he took a step forward. Primordial chaos, qi, revolved around his body. Each strand of primordial chaos qi was bigger than a mountain. Die! Emperor Haoxian roared in anger and attacked. Rumble! In the next moment, countless stars smashed towards Emperor Dao Heaven. The Dao Heaven Emperor pressed his right hand forward, causing the countless stars to explode in the void. The destructive power spread out, shaking the heavens. The two great emperors started fighting. At this moment, in the abyss, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. How do you three want to die? Sovereign Sky Wolf stared at Heaven Extremity and the others in the killing formation and asked coldly. The Extreme Dao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Dao Saint Immortal were in despair. However, Heaven Extremity was still calm, as if he still had something to rely on. Lord Skywolf, I'm willing to submit. The Extreme Dao Sword Immortal hurriedly said. Lord Skywolf, I'm also willing to submit. The middle-aged Supreme also chose to submit. No one wanted to die. As long as they submitted, they could live. What about you? Sovereign Skywolf looked at Heaven Extremity and asked. Surrendering without a fight isn't my style, Heaven Extremity suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, the Extreme Dao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Supreme retreated far away. Then let's fight. Chapter 4497. Supreme Sky Wolf knew how to endure. To be precise, he was an expert in disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. In Gu Fei's opinion, Supreme Sky Wolf's methods were definitely comparable to Hei Tian, Old Turtle, and Little Monk Fan Xiu. These guys could endure what others could not. He had schemed for countless years, set up a killing trap, and even sealed his Yuan spirit in a coffin made of connate primordial divine metal. All of this was to kill his former enemy. Today he had done it. He had killed Supreme Yu Yuan and immortal ancestor Dan Yin. Although Supreme Yu Yuan was an extreme Dao sacred immortal of the previous generation, immortal ancestor Dan Yin was extraordinary. She was in existence in the ancestor realm, an immortal ancestor who stood at the peak of the extreme Dao. Li Kuan's death would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the primordial realm. Countless living beings would die as a result, and even the structure of the entire primordial realm's cultivation world would change. At this time, he had to subdue the three extreme Dao sacred immortals trapped in the killing formation. The extreme Dao Sword Immortal and the other extreme Dao sacred immortal chose to side with Supreme Sky Wolf because they were terrified when Supreme Sky Wolf killed immortal ancestor Dan Yin. That was an immortal ancestor, yet she was killed just like that. Heaven Extremity, I have to admire you. Supreme Sky Wolf stared at Heaven Extremity. Admire me for what? I'm just a drunkard. Heaven Extremity opened his wine gourd and took a huge gulp. Then he plugged the gourd and wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. Drunkard. The Sky Wolf Supremacy frowned and immediately attacked the Heaven Extremity. Heaven Extremity did not side with Supreme Sky Wolf like the Extreme Dao Sword Immortal and the other Extreme Dao Sacred Immortal. Instead, he chose to fight Supreme Sky Wolf. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Countless formation patterns appeared in the surrounding void. These formation runes dissipated in the void. The Extreme Dao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Dao Sacred Immortal were sent flying. This is Gu Fei, who was deducing the formation, was also alarmed by this battle. Is this the power of an extreme Dao sacred immortal? Pan Jamming was dumbfounded. He was not as calm as Gu Fei. In fact, it was his first time witnessing a battle between extreme Tao sacred immortals. It should be noted that it was not easy to encounter a battle between supreme, sacred immortals. In fact, if it wasn't for Gu Fei, a mere divine child of the five elements heavenly sect would have been killed by the extreme Tao pressure released by the extreme Tao saint immortal. This shocked Pan Jianming. This young man called Chu Shaoyan was only a little cultivator at the soul formation stage, but he was able to withstand the pressure of an extreme Tao sacred immortal. With Pan Jianming's cultivation, he was naturally unable to see through Gu Fei's depth. There was a faint aura around Gu Fei that blocked the pressure of the extreme Tao sage immortal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity's hands were constantly forming hand seals that blasted out towards the Sky Wolf supremacy. Every single one of those hand seals brought with them a tremendous amount of power. Is this your true strength? The Sky Wolf supremacy clenched his fists and punched out again and again. The power of the countless hand seals was completely dispersed by his fists. At that moment, the Sky Wolf supremacy's battle intent swept through the surroundings. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, all living beings who sensed it were scared out of their wits. Even the countless cultivators outside the abyss were trembling. Roar! The ferocious beast under the third prince, Ping Tian, roared uneasily on a mountain. The faces of the third prince's followers had already turned pale. They were extremely terrified. Why don't I use the power here too? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could use the power here, he would be able to move freely in the killing formation like he was walking on flat ground. What? Brother Chu, you want to use the power here? Pan Jianming was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. What was this place? It was one of the famous forbidden grounds of the primordial world. Yet Chu Shaoyan dared to use the power here. He was basically courting death. Gu Fei ignored Pan Jianming and sat down on the ground. In the next moment, rays of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body and entered the surrounding space. Afterwards, Pan Jianming suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the young cultivator's existence. Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the surrounding space. If he had not seen Chu Shaoyan standing before him with his own eyes, it would have been as if there was no one there at all. What? Pan Jianming was shocked again. He never thought Chu Shaoyan would be able to form some sort of connection with the killing formation with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, the Sky Wolf supremacy suddenly sensed something. His expression became rather grim. Little ant, don't overestimate yourself. The Sky Wolf supremacy sensed the movements of the killing formation while fighting with the Heaven Extremity. In the next moment, terrifying destructive lightning bolts appeared above Gu Fei's head with a thought. Countless destructive lightning bolts bombarded Gu Fei and Pan Jianming. This Pan Jianming was scared out of his wits. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. Then, the destructive bolts of lightning that were descending upon them suddenly disappeared when they were only a few dozen feet away from the top of their heads. What? The Sky Wolf supremacy was shocked when he sensed this. A little ant could really use the power of the killing formation he had set up? Even an extreme Tao formation supremacy can't do this. The Sky Wolf supremacy was in disbelief. A little ant could actually shake the peerless killing formation he had set up. He was distracted and was almost hit by the Heaven Extremity's hand seal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity realized that the speed at which the killing formation devoured his vitality had slowed down. Who the hell are you? The Sky Wolf supremacy had planned this for countless years. He thought everything was under his control, but now a variable had appeared. And this variable was actually two ant-like fellows. This little guy seems to be quite capable. At that moment, the extreme Tao, Sword Immortal, and the middle-aged Supreme realized something was wrong with Gu Fei. It was already a miracle that Gu Fei and Pan Jianming were able to survive the peerless killing formation with their cultivation bases. It should be noted that the killing formation was connected to heaven and earth, drawing the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the great abyss. It was a peerless killing formation that could kill an extreme Tao sacred immortal. Moreover, an extreme Tao sacred immortal was killed when the killing formation was activated. We have a chance of survival. Chapter 4498. No one wanted to die if they could live. Although the Supreme Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme who were trapped in the Supreme Killing Formation were forced to submit to the Sky Wolf Supremacy, they did not want to become the Sky Wolf Supremacy's slaves and be enslaved. Gu Fei's appearance was undoubtedly their chance of survival. What caused these 2 Supremes to be in disbelief was that this fellow, who was as weak as an ant in their eyes, was actually able to draw upon the power of this killing formation. After all, this was a supreme killing formation that could kill an extreme Tao Saint Immortal. Even an extreme Tao formation sovereign would not be able to break through it in a short time. However, what Gu Fei was doing now was not to break the formation. Instead, he wanted to control the entire killing formation and use its power for his own use. Rumble! At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become one with the killing formation. Countless formation runes appeared and intertwined on his body as he deduced the killing formation. Every formation had a weakness. As long as he knew the weakness of this formation, he would be able to break it. Given Gu Fei's current formation Tao cultivation, he was definitely not inferior to He Tian's. After all, he possessed an extreme grade spiritual force. The stronger the spiritual force, the easier it was to deduce the formation Tao. Yes, found it. Very quickly, Gu Fei found the weakness of this supreme killing formation. It seemed like the strongest place was usually the weakest place. He did not expect this supreme killing formation's weakness to be the core of the formation. Below the core of the formation was a bottomless pit. Endless power of the abyss gushed out from this bottomless pit and provided the killing formation with an endless supply of power. Correspondingly, the star array above the 9 heavens was also providing the killing formation with endless power of the stars. It was these 2 forces that supported the operation of this supreme killing formation. As long as the source of the supreme killing formation's power was cut off, the entire killing formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, Gu Fei did not want to break the formation. He wanted to seize control of the killing formation, and the array disk that controlled the killing formation was suspended above the black hole. Whether it was the power of the stars descending from the sky or the power of the abyss surging up from the depths of the earth, they all needed to be refined and fused by the array disk before they could be supplied to the killing array. That mountain-like formation disk was the source of the killing formation's power. It was the transfer point between the star power and the abyss power. Understanding this, Gu Fei was confident. Brother Chu. At this time, Pan Jiaming was nervously looking at Gu Fei. The terrifying aura from the surroundings caused his soul to tremble. This was an absolute suppression. As a divine child of the 5-element sky sect, Pan Jiaming couldn't bring himself to resist at all. In fact, the reason why Pan Jiaming was still alive was entirely because of Gu Fei. Otherwise, he would have been directly strangled to death by the power of the abyss, just like the others who had charged into it. A mere ant wants to shake a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly wolf supremacy's voice came from the sky, filled with disdain. A little guy in the divine transformation stage actually wanted to control the super killing formation that he had set up. This was simply a huge joke. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, the Heaven Extremity said as he attacked the heavenly wolf supremacy. At this time, the Heaven Extremity seemed to have become a different person. He held a wine gourd in one hand and the Wuji bell in the other, forcing the heavenly wolf supremacy to continuously retreat. Clang! The Wuji bell rang, and terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Countless formation runes in the surroundings were continuously destroyed and directly disappeared into the void. If this was the outside world, the Heaven Extremity's attack could directly destroy an area and turn billions of living beings into dust. But in this killing formation, the power of the Wuji bell was greatly suppressed. The power of the Wuji bell could only break a small area, but this was already very shocking. However, the power of the Wuji bell was also devoured by the killing formation. The power of the killing formation grew stronger as the battle went on. As the controller of the killing formation, the battle strength of the heavenly wolf supremacy would also increase along with the power of the killing formation. Heaven extremity. The outcome of this battle has long been decided. You can't win against me. The heavenly wolf supremacy laughed loudly as he attacked. Is that so? The heaven extremity smiled noncommittally. In response to the heavenly wolf supremacy was a bell that shook the 9 heavens. That was the killing power of sound. It directly penetrated the void and acted on the heavenly wolf supremacy. The heavenly wolf supremacy roared and immediately retreated. 9 heavens wolf howl. The heavenly wolf supremacy roared. In the next moment, a terrifying sound wave directly came out of his mouth and blasted towards the heaven extremity opposite him. The heavenly wolf supremacy also knew the killing technique of sound. Buzz! The 2 killing powers of sound instantly collided. In the next moment, countless formation runes appeared in the entire void. These formation runes then dissipated in the void. Even the void was filled with countless black cracks that looked like strands of hair. The 2 figures retreated at the same time, but they immediately clashed again. Although the heavenly wolf supremacy had the upper hand, the heaven extremity was too powerful. He was far stronger than ordinary supreme Tao immortal ancestors. Moreover, he had many treasures on him. Even the wine gourd in his hand was a Xiantian divine item born from the chaos. The heaven extremity actually used a Xiantian divine item to store wine. This was too much of a waste. Xiantian divine items were extremely powerful. The wine gourd emitted divine lights from time to time that pierced towards the heavenly wolf supremacy like peerless divine swords. While the 2 powerhouses were fighting, Gu Fei's primordial spirit had already left his body and directly appeared in the center of the killing formation. Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw the hill-sized formation platform floating above the black hole. The formation platform connected the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. A beam of starlight larger than a mountain fell from the depths of the starry sky and directly landed on the formation platform. Below the black hole, a black light also descended from the sky and landed on the formation platform. This formation platform converted the energy of the stars and the energy of the abyss. A vast energy spread out from the platform and fused into the killing formation. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to refine this formation platform. He probed with a finger. Whoosh! A beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger and penetrated the formation platform in front of him. Uft! The beam of divine light shot out by Gu Fei's primordial spirit suddenly exploded when it was about 10 zhang away from the formation platform. A layer of formation runes appeared in the void, but very quickly these formation runes disappeared into the void as if they were never there. As expected, Gu Fei nodded. This formation platform couldn't be without defensive power. There was a force that enveloped the entire formation platform. In order to refine the formation platform, the first thing to do was to break the defensive formation. How to break the formation? Chapter 4499. The primal beginning realm was the fiercest place in the southern region. It attracted the attention of countless living beings. The grand abyss of the southern domain was a deserted place to begin with. But at this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside the grand abyss. All of them were watching. Endless divine light rushed out from the abyss, and a beam of starlight fell from the 9 heavens, falling directly into the abyss. This ray of starlight was extremely condensed. Rumble! The abyss shook, and a shocking murderous aura rushed out of it. All the cultivators were shocked. The abyss was much more terrifying than usual. This time, the abyss had turned into a Shuraba. No, to be more precise, it was even more terrifying than the Shuraba. Countless cultivators who had entered the abyss died in the abyss, apart from a few particularly lucky ones who had retreated before the killing formation exploded. Everyone else had died in body and soul. However, Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming were an exception. Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming, the divine prince of the 5 Elements Immortal sect, were still in the abyss. Those two, meanwhile, Gu Fei had started to break the formation. Gu Fei's primordial spirit appeared in the eye of the big abyss killing formation. The eye of the formation formed a world of its own. A formation platform floated above the abyss. It could reach the heavens above and reach the 9 serenities below, to the 9 serenities killing formation. This formation platform was directly related to the ownership of the killing formation. Brother Chu, Pan Jiaming stood next to Gu Fei's body. He didn't dare to go anywhere else. Yes, at this moment in the eye of the formation, Gu Fei witnessed an unbelievable scene. As long as he controlled the array platform, he would be able to control the entire killing formation. However, Gu Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to control the killing formation. The surroundings of the array platform were protected by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign's array formation. If one wanted to control the array platform, one would have to first break the array formation outside the array platform. The Celestial Wolf Supreme was very careful. He had thought of everything. However, he didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't a creature of the primal beginning realm. Void reversal. Gu Fei's nascent spirit directly used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. In the next moment, his nascent spirit actually seemed to fuse with the surrounding space. Gu Fei's soul directly lunged forward and instantly passed through the killing formation, as if it had passed through a layer of transparent ripples. Gu Fei's primordial spirit seemed to have turned into air. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign, who had been sensing all the movements in the formation core, stopped smiling at this moment. In the next moment, a spiritual sense descended from the sky and directly entered the formation core. A figure silently appeared in the eye of the formation. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged on top of the array platform. He was casting a mysterious skill in an attempt to refine the array platform. Kill! The figure that appeared in the eye of the formation directly attacked Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the Sky Wolf Dragon Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's soul. Buzz! The void rumbled, and the divine light that had pierced through Gu Fei's primordial spirit was reversed and directly shot towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent could actually reverse his attack. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was a supreme in the end and had extremely rich battle experience. His spiritual will incarnation instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation suddenly appeared in the sky above Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Boom! Powerful immortal Tao power erupted as the Sky Wolf Sovereign spiritual will incarnation turned into a huge seal and smashed down towards Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Tao, soldier transformation. Gu Fei's primordial spirit couldn't help but be shocked when it saw this. This divine ability was very powerful, but so what? It couldn't do anything to him at all. Gu Fei's primordial spirit formed a seal with both hands and blasted upwards. He also knew seal techniques, so the seal he formed with both hands released a dazzling divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided, and an energy storm swept out in all directions. Formation patterns appeared in the void one after another before collapsing. The entire formation platform shook. The operation of the formation platform was immediately affected. The power of the stars that descended from the 9 heavens and the power of the abyss that came from the 9 underworlds almost went out of control. Crack! Cracks appeared on the formation platform, one after another. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was shocked. The power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the abyss that came from the formation platform was too powerful. Even if the formation platform was refined with immortal materials, it almost couldn't withstand the two forces. Fortunately, the two forces only went out of control for a short while and immediately returned to the right track. Rumble. The formation platform continued to operate, continuously converting the power of the stars and the power of the abyss. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's main body sensed what was happening in the formation eye, and his face turned pale. Once the formation platform collapsed, it would definitely be a huge disaster. "Little guy, you're courting death." The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. A puny ant actually dared to threaten him. This little guy's primordial spirit was actually so powerful that it was hard to believe that he was a supreme. "Haha, Sky Wolf. Give me the thing, and I'll leave immediately. How about that?" The Heaven Extremity laughed. The moment the formation platform in the formation eye lost control, the Heaven Extremity felt that the entire killing formation's influence on him had completely disappeared. However, this only lasted for a moment. The entire killing formation actually showed a moment of weakness. To an extreme Tao powerhouse, this kind of weakness could almost determine life and death. "Sky Wolf, you bastard, you want me to be your slave? Go eat sh*T. At this moment, a voice came from outside the killing formation. It turned out that the Supreme Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme, who were originally trapped in the killing formation, had actually rushed out of the killing formation and arrived outside. They captured the flaw in the operation of the killing formation. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for them to escape. "You guys!" The Sky Wolf Sovereign was infuriated. He didn't plant a forbidden technique on these two guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign suddenly roared. His body shook and he staggered, almost falling from the sky. "Kill!" The Heaven Extremity didn't hesitate and directly punched the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head disappeared and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Clang! The everlasting bell rang, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's body also turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 4500. Heaven Extremity was extremely domineering. He used the everlasting bell to shatter Supreme Sky Wolf's supreme immortal physique. Boom! The instant the Sky Wolf Supreme's extreme Tao immortal physique exploded, it was as if a blood-colored divine sun had suddenly appeared in the great abyss killing formation. The terrifying sound of the great Tao spread in all directions. The death of a Supreme Sky Wolf was a huge commotion. A rain of blood fell from the sky as heaven and earth mourned. Every drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood emitted a blinding blood-colored radiance. A single drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood could destroy the universe. Sky Wolf, that bastard, died just like that! Some extremely ancient figures appeared outside the abyss. Every single one of them seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Their Daorime and aura seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. One had to admit that these existences were much stronger than ordinary Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals. Even if they weren't Supreme Sky Emperors, they could definitely be considered half-emperors. Supreme Sky Emperors were the true rulers of the various regions of the primordial world. They stood high above and looked down on the world. Supreme Sky Emperors used the primordial world as a chessboard to compete with the world. Those Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals were merely chess pieces in the eyes of Supreme Sky Wolf. Wasn't Supreme Sky Wolf also a chess piece? That guy died? Impossible. In the eye of the Supreme Killing Formation, Gu Fei's primordial spirit, who was refining the Killing Formation disc, looked up at the blinding, blood-colored radiance in the sky with a calm expression. When he was in the primogenitor's realm, he fought everywhere, and countless extreme Tao Supremes died in his hands. He even killed the primogenitor's first demon. Even if the Sky Wolf Supreme had really died, he wouldn't be moved. What was there to make a fuss about if an extreme Tao saint immortal died? Moreover, Supreme Sky Wolf probably wouldn't die, because if this guy was so easily killed, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Rumble! The entire killing formation suddenly shook. The blood mist that exploded quickly gathered together. In the next moment, the boundless, blood-colored radiance disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. This person was Supreme Sky Wolf, who was just killed by Heaven Extremity's everlasting bell. I knew this guy wouldn't be killed so easily, Gu Fei's primordial spirit muttered to itself. At this moment, the power of the great Tao in his body began to erase a brand on the array disk. It was the brand of the Skywolf Paragon. However, the moment he came into contact with the seal, a blinding celestial light burst out from the seal. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. "You want to steal my great array? You can die now." The illusory figure smiled at Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned. The imprint left behind on the formation plate wasn't an ordinary mental imprint, but a soul imprint. It was a strand of the Skywolf sovereign soul. Logically speaking, after cultivating to the extreme Tao Saint immortal realm, one's primordial spirit could be divided into millions of primordial spirits. However, it was overkill to brand a primordial spirit on a formation plate to control it. After all, once the soul imprint was destroyed, it was an extremely painful matter. It was as if a person's soul was being torn apart. After all, it was a Yuan spirit. Once a Yuan spirit was destroyed, the person would naturally suffer a great impact. Die. The Celestial Wolf Sovereign's soul directly attacked Gu Fei's soul. The Celestial Wolf Sovereign's soul made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the shrunken version of Supreme Sky Wolf directly attacked Gu Fei's Yuan spirit with the spear. Humph! Gu Fei's Yuan spirit smiled. In the next moment, a sword light shot out from his body and directly split the Yuan spirit of Supreme Sky Wolf in half. How is this possible? Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's soul spirit sent out such a spiritual sense fluctuation before it dissipated. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit said indifferently. The sword light flew back and circled around him. An eternal aura spread out from the sword light. Roar! The moment Gu Fei's Yuan spirit destroyed Supreme Sky Wolf's Yuan spirit, Supreme Sky Wolf, who had just reformed his extreme Tao immortal body, suddenly hugged his head and roared. Is this guy crazy? Heaven Extremity was in no hurry to make a move. He could sense that the power in Supreme Sky Wolf's body was very chaotic, as if he was about to lose control. This was not a good thing. However, he quickly calmed down and his expression became extremely sinister. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and fresh blood seeped out from it. Little guy, Supreme Sky Wolf was truly furious. Although his Yuan spirit could be divided into millions of Yuan spirit, the destruction of a Yuan spirit was equivalent to losing a life. Rumble! At this moment, the entire killing array suddenly shook violently. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, overlapping each other endlessly. The runes wove into one formation diagram after another. Everyone could see countless formation diagrams appearing at the edge of the abyss's depths. The diagrams enveloped Heaven Extremity, Supreme Sky Wolf, and the others. Each diagram exuded a shocking, murderous intent. This is an absolute formation. It doesn't seem to have a way out. An ancient, half-step, great emperor exclaimed. There are still some gaps between the diagrams. That's a chance of survival. An old voice rang out. An old man with white hair and beard walked over from the distance. There were 2 Taoist children by his side. One of them was holding a box, while the other was holding a 9-section whip. The 9-section whip had countless twinkling stars on it. Its formation, Venerate Bai Chen! Someone exclaimed. Formation, Venerate Bai Chen? Some of the older generation, Supreme Immortals, were shocked. They didn't expect the disturbance in the abyss to alarm the number 1 formation, Venerate of the primal beginning realm. Bai Chen was the founding ancestor of the profound Heaven Array sect. If he claimed to be second in the primal beginning realm, no one would dare to claim to be first. He had also seen through the killing formation's weakness. However, there were too many diagrams. Even if there were gaps between the diagrams, they would be blocked by other diagrams, turning the path of survival into a dead end. The countless array diagrams that had appeared disappeared in an instant, directly hidden in the void, completely disappearing without a trace. Yes, this supreme killing formation has a new owner. Formation Venerate by Chun said indifferently, "A new owner?" Chapter 4501. The abstruse heaven array sect wasn't one of the 10 great sects of the primal beginning realm, but its power wasn't inferior to the 10 great sects because its founding ancestor was still around. He was a supreme existence who'd become a supreme through Formation Tao. Formation Venerate by Chen was the strongest expert in Formation Tao in the primal beginning realm and the first to become a supreme saint immortal through Formation Tao. He could form a formation with a thought and had refined a supreme immortal artifact called the Star-Studded Whip. To be more precise, it was the Star-Studded Whip. The star-chasing 9-segment whip had great power. It could drive the stars and chase the moon, and use the stars in the world to set up a formation. Bai Chen also had a supreme treasure called the Myriad Formation Diagram. With the Star-Studded Whip and the Myriad Formation Diagram, who would dare underestimate Bai Chen and the entire abstruse heaven array sect? Moreover, the defensive formations of the major forces in the primal beginning realm were basically set up by formation masters from the abstruse heaven array sect. Even the 10 great sects and great figures of the imperishable celestial dynasties came to invite Bai Chen to set up a formation in their ancestral lands. The price of Bai Chen's help wasn't something anyone could afford. "I didn't think someone could seize control of this killing formation from the hands of a traitor like Skywolf," said Formation Venerate Bai Chen in surprise. So Skywolf really did join the abstruse heaven array sect. Someone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Formation Venerate Bai Chen's words. Some people recalled the past. Supreme Skywolf was originally a Shaoqing wolf who happened to eat an exotic fruit and gain sentience. That was how he embarked on the path of cultivation. Skywolf, who hadn't yet become powerful, went around seeking masters and learning skills. He took things one step at a time and made up for his lack of talent with perseverance and hard work. Finally, in a short span of 1,000 years, the ordinary Shaoqing wolf became Supreme Skywolf. On the day he achieved Tao, he slammed the capital of the imperishable celestial dynasty that killed his parents into the ground with a single palm. Destroying a celestial dynasty with a single palm. This was Supreme Skywolf's strength and dominance. No wonder this little wolf cub can set up such a killing formation that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. An ancient extreme, Tao, sacred immortal said in realization, only the supreme experts of the Xiantian array sect could set up such a supreme killing formation that could kill supreme saint immortals. Ordinary experts of array Tao, even those at the quasi-supreme level, could not set up such a killing formation. In fact, not many people in the entire Xiantian array sect, or even the entire primordial realm, could set up such a supreme killing formation. At this moment, within the big abyss killing formation, the expression on the face of the Sky Wolf Utmost being was absolutely fascinating. There had never been anyone who could break through his formation, especially a supreme killing formation like this. Even array Venerable Bai Chen wouldn't be able to break this array so easily. Brother Chu succeeded? Pan Jianming, the divine son of the 5 elements heavenly sect, was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the changes in the power of the array around him. In his eyes, Gu Fei was a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect. Chu Xiaoyan. Rumble, the extreme killing formation, was still in operation. However, at this moment, the power of the extreme killing formation was condensed, all of them rushing towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign, causing the entire void to tremble. Damn it! The Sky Wolf Sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had planned this for countless years, but in the end it had all benefited this little fellow. Boom! The heavenly wolf supremacy opened up a part of the world and blocked all the terrifying destructive power that came crashing down. However, supremacy, heavenly wolf's inner world, was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the stars hanging in the sky directly fell from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground. Every time a star fell from the sky to the ground, the entire earth would shake. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world suffered a great impact. How satisfying! In the core of the killing formation, Gu Fei's spirit laughed. In his right hand was an array disc surrounded by primordial qi. With a thought, the power of the 9 heaven stars that fell from the sky directly turned into battle spears that pierced towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign. Every battle spear that flew out of the core of the killing formation left a crack in the pitch-black void. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to withstand it at all. One after another, the battle spears pierced through Sky Wolf Supreme's inner world. One of the battle spears pierced through a mountain peak. In the next moment, the mountain directly exploded and turned into dust. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was going crazy. He was an extreme Tao Saint Immortal, and his inner world was extremely stable. However, the power that was attacking his inner world was at the extreme Tao level. Any inner world, even a truly perfect great world, would suffer unimaginable damage when it was attacked by the extreme Tao level power. If an ordinary inner world was hit by a battle spear controlled by Gu Fei, it would immediately disintegrate. In just an instant, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was trapped by the extreme Tao killing formation that he had set up. This shocked and angered him. He could not understand how a puny ant could actually refine his array disc and control the entire killing formation. How the hell did you do it? The Sky Wolf Sovereign was very unwilling to accept this. He had schemed for thousands of years and originally wanted to trap and kill all his enemies in the Great Abyss. However, it seemed that he had only trapped and killed a few small fish. The real big fish had not taken the bait yet. Back then, he had only killed Ancestor Li Su, who was at most a half-step Great Emperor. However, there was more than one half-step Great Emperor who attacked him back then. You overestimated yourself and underestimated me. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit sat cross-legged in the center of the extreme Tao killing formation with the array disc in his hand. He was like a formation supremacy, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. You're just a puny divine transformation realm ant. Do I still have to overestimate you? However, the truth was right in front of him. He had really been tricked by this little guy. At this moment, the power of the Great Abyss arrived, and the Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world directly collapsed. A large area was turned into dust, and one mountain after another was instantly turned into dust. Roar! The Sky Wolf Sovereign was extremely embarrassed. He used all his strength to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to block the power of the Great Abyss, so that the entire inner world would not really collapse. How dare you ruin my plan? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was enraged. In the next moment, an array diagram flew out from his body. This array diagram instantly became incomparably huge. It flew out from his inner world and actually covered the entire extreme killing array in an instant. At this time, even Heaven Extremity, who was watching the show on the side, could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the Sky Wolf Sovereign could turn the tables? A battle of Formation Tao? Then let's see whose Formation Tao is stronger. Gu Fei's divine sense fluctuated from the center of the Formation Eye. At the same time, the entire extreme Tao killing formation shook. Countless array patterns emerged in the void again, filling every inch of the void. At the same time, Heaven Extremity and Panjamming were instantly moved out of the extreme Tao killing formation by Gu Fei. A battle of Formation Tao. Chapter 4502. It had been a long time since a battle between the formation Tao had occurred in the primal beginning world. A battle between extreme Taos hadn't occurred in over 100,000 years. The last time there had been an extreme Tao-level formation Tao duel was hundreds of thousands of years ago, outside the Xiantian array sect. At that time, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had succeeded in his cultivation, and before leaving the mysterious Heaven Formation sect, he had taken one of the mysterious Heaven Formation sect's treasures. As a result, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had completely offended the mysterious Heaven Formation sect. In the end, the Xiantian Formation sect's founding ancestor, Formation Venerate by Qin, had also participated. Although it had been a short battle, it had been a soul-stirring battle that would go down in the cultivation history of the primal beginning world. Paragon Skywolf's betrayal of the Xiantian Formation sect had shaken the entire primal beginning world's cultivation world. Even Formation Venerate by Qin hadn't been able to stop him. Countless years had passed, and the world had changed. However, Formation Venerate by Qin was still alive, and Paragon Skywolf hadn't died. However, Gufei's appearance was the greatest variable. At this moment, an array diagram flew out from the Skywolf Sovereign's body. The array diagram rapidly expanded, directly enveloping the entire extreme Tao-killing array. That's the Xiantian Tao sect's Formation Venerate by Qin was startled and infuriated. Grandmaster, is that the 10,000 formation diagram? A boy beside Venerate by Qin exclaimed in shock. Formation Venerate by Qin didn't say anything, but his expression was frighteningly dark. The 10,000 formation diagram was the Xiantian Formation sect's supreme treasure, but it had been lost for countless years. When Paragon Skywolf had betrayed the Xiantian Formation sect, he had taken the 10,000 formation diagram with him. Rumble, the 10,000 formation image pressed down from the sky, and the killing formation below was actually affected. The speed of its operation gradually slowed down, and the countless formation patterns gradually became dim and lifeless. Is this the Xiantian Formation sect's 10,000 formation diagram? Exclaimed an ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal. The myriad formation diagram was the mysterious Heaven Array sect's ultimate treasure. It was the most powerful and important treasure in Array Venerate Reverence Qin's possession. Array Venerate by Qin had spent a total of 3,000 years to refine the myriad formation diagram. 3,000 years! In these 3,000 years he had only done one thing, and that was to refine the myriad formation diagram. The myriad array diagram was all-encompassing, and Array Venerable by Qin had used all of his insights into the array Tao on the myriad array diagram. The moment this formation diagram appeared, the world lost color and the sun and moon lost their light. Celestial lotuses descended from the sky above the mysterious Heaven Formation sect. Billions of rays of celestial light bloomed, lighting up the world. The 10,000 formation image could break through 10,000 formations, and it could also set up 10,000 formations. This treasure looks pretty good. Gufei's soul looked up at the formation that descended from the sky, and his eyes could not help but light up. In the next moment, the sword light around him stopped. It stopped in the space before him and gave off a faint glow. An aura of eternity spread out from the sword light. This was just a strand of sword chi from the 9 heavenly stars sword, not the real thing. However, even a strand of sword chi was enough to threaten powerful beings at the extreme Tao level. It must be known that this was the power of eternity. The power of eternity innately suppressed the power of the extreme Tao. If the sword chi of the 9 heavenly stars sword struck them, even an extreme Tao, sane immortal would be injured. With this sword chi protecting me, I'd like to see who can threaten me. Gufei's soul smiled. He had no plans to undo the seal and restore his extreme Tao cultivation. Chu Xiaoyun's physical body, which he had possessed, was still sitting cross-legged in the void outside the formation eye. Pan Jiaming, on the other hand, was like an ant on a hot pan, restless and extremely anxious. Haha, a mere ant dares to challenge a giant dragon. Little fellow, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Sovereign Skywolf stepped on the myriad formation diagram, laughing as he descended from the sky. At this moment, his entire body had fused with the myriad formation diagram, as if he had attracted the power of the myriad Daos to his body. He was extremely powerful. This traitor! Up in the sky, Array Venerate by Chun stared at the figure on the myriad array diagram as a shocking killing intent erupted from his body. The myriad array diagram was a supreme array Tao treasure that he had painstakingly refined for 3,000 years and an inexhaustible amount of blood and sweat. But now, this supreme treasure of the Tao of arrays had fallen into the hands of the traitor, the Skywolf Sovereign. Array Supremacy by Chin almost went crazy as he watched the traitor flaunt his supreme Tao treasure. Grandmaster, this traitor Skywolf actually. One of the Tao children behind Array Supremacy, Bai Chun spoke in a trembling voice. This traitor actually dared to step on their supreme Tao treasure. This was an insult to the supreme Tao treasure. Gather the disciples. I want this traitor dead. Array Supremacy, Bai Chun roared angrily. Yes, Grandmaster. The two Tao children hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave. The Xiantian Array sect was a little far from the southern region of the Grand Beginning Realm. This was because the Xiantian Array sect was not located in the southern region, but in the eastern region. The Grand Beginning Realm was too big, and the distance between the eastern region and the southern region was too great. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would need some time to rush over at full speed. The power of the world in the ancestral realm was so powerful that even an extreme Tao sane immortal would be suppressed. Of course, if an extreme Tao sane immortal were to rush over at full speed, it wouldn't take long for them to get from the eastern region to the southern region. The problem was that there was only one extreme Tao array supremacy in the entire Xiantian array sect. It was too difficult to become an extreme Tao supremacy through the formation Tao. Although Sovereign Skywolf also cultivated the formation Tao, he didn't become a supremacy through the formation Tao. At this time, even if someone from the Xiantian array sect traveled at full speed, it would still take them 10 days to half a month to reach the great abyss of the southern region. However, if it was an extreme Tao sane immortal, the time would be greatly reduced. Soon, a huge teleportation array was set up in the sky by the two Tao children. Soon, the teleportation array platform was activated. Rumble, a huge beam of divine light, soared into the sky and disappeared into the heavens. At the same time, in a peerless treasure land in the eastern region, an ancient array platform suddenly lit up. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the platform. What's going on? Why is the teleportation array platform in the ancestral land activated? The ancestor is summoning us. An old man walked out. Greetings, eldest senior brother. 12 powerful figures appeared around the teleportation array platform. They were the 13 formation great grandmasters of the Xiantian array sect. Those who could be called formation great grandmasters were absolute experts in the formation Tao. Array Venerable by Chun had a total of 13 personal disciples, and each of these 13 disciples could hold their own. Let's go. Since Master is summoning us, what are we waiting for? Chapter 4503. Although the mysterious Heaven Array sect wasn't one of the 10 great heavenly sects, their formations were the strongest in the entire Grand Beginning Realm. Although the eastern region of the primordial beginning realm was far from the southern region, it was much more convenient to travel between the two regions through a teleportation formation. In the Grand Beginning Realm, only the formation masters of the mysterious Heaven Array sect could set up formations at any time. Of course, not all formation masters in the world came from the mysterious Heaven Array sect. There were also people from other sects and great clans who cultivated this incomparably complex formation Tao. Formation masters could form formations with a single thought. This was the goal of countless cultivators who cultivated the formation Tao. Rumble, formation, venerate by Chen's two little Taoists retreated to the side after setting up the transportation formation. Even if two transportation formations were separated by an endless void, as long as one was activated, the other would react and follow suit. Just as the little Taoist from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was setting up the formation, Gu Fei encountered a great crisis. The Sky Wolf Supreme stepped on the myriad formation diagram and descended from the sky. The myriad formation diagram immediately enveloped the entire killing array. The operation of the killing array was immediately disrupted. Oh, Gu Fei activated the killing formation with all his might, but the entire killing formation seemed to have sunk into a swamp. Its operation speed slowed down, and its power was naturally greatly reduced. Sensing the mighty aura of the myriad formation image, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The myriad formation image really lived up to its reputation, smelting 10,000 formations, breaking 10,000 laws with one image. Gu Fei couldn't help muttering to himself as he looked up at the image in the sky. In truth, when Formation Venerate by Chen had refined the myriad formation image, he had really been aiming to break 10,000 formations with one image. Moreover, not many people had thought that he would succeed. However, just when everyone thought that Array Venerate by Chen would fail, he actually succeeded. One image to break 10,000 laws. The super antiques, watching from afar, were all moved. No one had expected that the treasure Supremacy Skywolf had stolen from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was the myriad formation image. The myriad formation image was Formation Venerate by Chen's lifeblood. Sirius, looking at the awe-inspiring Heavenly Wolf Sovereign standing on the 1,000 formation diagram, Array Venerable by Chen's anger soared to the heavens. If not for the fact that he was desperately trying to restrain himself, he would have long charged forward to kill him. At this moment, one powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in the world. A total of 13 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. Although the powerhouses that appeared weren't extreme Tao Sane immortals, they were still half a step into the extreme Tao realm. The mysterious heavens, 13 children, have all arrived. Someone exclaimed. The mysterious heaven 13 disciples were the 13 disciples of the mysterious Heaven Array, Sex Array, Venerate, Reverence Chin. The 13 mysterious heaven children were existences that surpassed Array Tao Grandmasters and were known as Array Tao Great Grandmasters. Their Array Tao cultivation was extremely powerful. The mysterious heaven 13 scions had all gathered in one place. This was something that rarely happened in the past 10,000 years. It had to be known that every single one of the mysterious heavens 13 scions had extraordinary statuses. They could stand on equal footing with the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect. Greetings, Master. Under the lead of their eldest senior brother, the mysterious Heaven 13 scions arrived in front of Array Venerable by Chen and bowed respectfully. At this moment, the mysterious Heaven 13 scions finally understood why Sirius had summoned them from hundreds of millions of miles away. Sirius Sovereign, the traitor, was actually still alive. The mysterious Heaven 13 scions were both shocked and enraged. Sirius, the eldest senior brother, Chuao, was especially enraged. Back then, Sirius Sovereign had cheated him out of the 1,000 formation image. The 1,000 formation image was the mysterious Heaven Array sect's ultimate treasure. Other than Array Venerable by Chun himself, only his eldest disciple, Chuao, could have come into contact with the 1,000 formation image. I'll kill this guy. Chuao was about to attack. Don't be impatient. At this moment, Array Venerable by Chin spoke. Master. Chuao looked at Array Venerable by Chin. He didn't understand why his master wouldn't allow him to attack. Wait. Array Venerable by Chun stared at the figure on the 1,000 formation image and gritted his teeth. Yes. The mysterious Heaven 13 scions acknowledged the order in unison. At this moment, Chuao also realized that his master was waiting for Sirius Sovereign and that person to mutually injure each other before making a move. His master was indeed his master. He could actually remain so calm at this moment. The mysterious heaven, 13 Scions, couldn't help but admire his master. If Venerable by Chen knew what his disciples were thinking, he would probably roar, "Calm my ass!" He wanted nothing more than to tear Sirius Sovereign into 1,000,000 pieces. However, the 1,000 formation image was in that guy's hands. No one knew the power of the 1,000 formation image better than Venerable by Chen. Even Venerable by Chen himself wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Sirius Sovereign with the 1,000 formation image. Although the myriad formation image was powerful, it consumed Yuan Qi to use it. That was why Venerable Bai Chun was waiting. Little guy die. Sirius Sovereign was truly enraged. His plan, which had been set up for thousands of years, was ruined by a mere ant. This almost drove him crazy. You want to kill me? You don't have the right. Gu Fei's primordial spirit waved, and his body flew into the eye of the formation. Then his primordial spirit fused with his body. Although this body was only at the soul formation realm, it was a native of the primal beginning realm. If Gu Fei wanted to comprehend the great Tao of this world, he really needed this kind of body. However, this Chu Xiaoyun's body was just too weak. But that didn't matter. Gu Fei wanted to use this opportunity to refine this body again. Rumble! He directly used the power of the 9 heaven stars. When the power of the 9 heaven stars entered his body directly collapsed into a mist of blood. The mist of blood did not disperse. It was bathed in the light of the 9 heaven stars. All the impurities were refined by the power of the stars. Every drop of blood became crystal clear and emitted a powerful aura of life. Even at this time, he's still using the power of the 9 heaven stars to refine his body? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This guy was too careless. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about cultivating. Little guy, how dare you look down on me like this? Sirius Sovereign's voice trembled. He was still cultivating when he was fighting with him. He did not take him seriously at all. He was so angry that he used all his strength to activate the 1,000 formation image under his feet. The 1,000 formation image was sinking. The power of the killing formation below was constantly being worn away. Countless formation runes directly dissipated in the void. The entire formation was actually collapsing. However, the killing formation had used the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power from the depths of the abyss. The formation plate in the eye of the formation was constantly converting these two powers. Chapter 4504. The formation plate was the core of a killing formation and the foundation of its existence. It didn't matter if the formation runes were destroyed. Even if all of them were destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as the formation plate was still there, the killing formation would still exist and wouldn't be truly destroyed. A formation grandmaster could form a formation with a single thought, and those who had a formation plate could instantly form a formation even if they weren't a formation grandmaster. Formation plates were very important. But right now, Gu Fei was facing the Sky Wolf Supremacy, who possessed the myriad formation diagram. The myriad formation diagram was much more powerful than any array disk. One after another, killing formations emerged from the myriad formation image, each of them exuding a shocking murderous aura that wasn't any weaker than the Great Abyss killing formation. Countless killing formations emerged and crushed down on the Great Abyss killing formation below. Rumble! Countless formation runes were dissipating and countless formation diagrams were collapsing. In just a few breaths' time, 1/3 of the formation runes of the Great Abyss killing formation had been destroyed, and the entire killing formation was almost at a standstill. Today, I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Supreme Skywolf stepped on the myriad formation image and descended from the sky, heading straight for the core of the Great Abyss killing formation. Rays of murderous light shot out from the myriad formation image and pierced through the Great Abyss killing formation. Spring wind and rain, myriad Tao restoration. Gu Fei's divine will rippled out from the blood mist in the formation's core. The murderous light that pierced through the formation's core dissipated in the void and turned into the most primitive spirit chi of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What kind of divine ability was this person using? The eyes of the old antiques, watching the battle, lit up. They sensed the aura of the immortal Tao, the purest aura of the immortal Tao. This guy was a supreme existence of the immortal Tao. How could he be a divine transformation stage? And Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. A supreme Tao ancestor once walked out of the soaring dragon ancestral star in the human world and created the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme secret arts of the immortal Tao, and each of them contained the supreme Tao aura of the immortal Tao. As the saying went, an expert would know the depth of a person's skill the moment he made a move. Since Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, those super old-timers were naturally able to see through him at a glance. The power of returning essence instantly enveloped the entire array eye. No matter what kind of array force it was, as long as it was close to the array eye, it would be instantly refined and absorbed by Gu Fei. What? The heavenly wolf sovereign narrowed his eyes as he stared at the array core below. This little ant actually had such an ability? I don't believe I can't kill you. The heavenly wolf, supremacy, bellowed. Kill! Heavenly wolf, supremacy, roared, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood on the myriad formation diagram. Buzz! The myriad formation diagram let out a deafening hum, and in the next moment, the entire myriad formation diagram lit up. Endless array lines intertwined, and shadows emerged from the myriad formation diagram. They were unimaginably powerful figures. They were not real existences of flesh and blood. Instead, they were condensed from the power of a formation. The big shots who were watching the battle from afar were somewhat moved. The myriad formation diagram actually had such a wonderful use, using the power of arrays to condense immortal war souls, existences that were indestructible and undefeatable. Unless the myriad formation diagram was destroyed, such existences would never dissipate. Controlling the 10,000 formation image was like controlling an indestructible army. This guy actually erased supremacy by Chen's eyes widened at the sight. This heavenly wolf sovereign was simply a monster. He had even comprehended a supernatural power like the myriad formation diagram. Of course, the myriad formation diagram wasn't just a supernatural power. Array supremacy by Chen was a supreme array supremacy who had refined the myriad formation diagram. Master, this time, we definitely can't let this traitor, heavenly wolf, live any longer. The eldest of the Black Heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, said to array supremacy by Chen. He didn't hide his murderous intent towards heavenly wolf sovereign. All right, you guys go and prepare. Array supremacy by Chen nodded. Yes, master. The Black Heaven 13 sons acknowledged the order and dispersed. Eldest senior brother, master didn't say what array to set up this. Someone transmitted a message to Chueo. Set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earths Immortal Extermination Array. Chueo said through gritted teeth. The other disciples were shocked to hear this. Was there a need to be so ruthless? The 9th Heaven 10 Earths Immortal Extermination Array was the number 1 killing array of the Black Heaven Array sect, other than the Black Heaven 13 sons. Only Array Supremacy by Chen could set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earths Immortal Extermination Array by himself in the entire Black Heaven Array sect. In Chu Ao's view, using the 9th Heaven 10 Earths Immortal Extermination Array to kill Heavenly Wolf Sovereign wasn't ruthless at all. Back when Heavenly Wolf Sovereign tricked Chu Ao out of the 10,000 array diagram, Chu Ao was almost beaten to death by Array Supremacy by Chen. In the end, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his misdeeds for 3,000 years. That was 3,000 years, not just a month or a year or even 10 years. 3,000 years. This eldest senior brother of the Black Heaven Array sect had to face the wall for so long that his heart was twisted. And all of this was thanks to Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. Now that his enemies had met, Chu Ao's eyes were no longer red. His eyes were about to drip blood. Soon, a shocking murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The figures of the Black Heaven 13 suns appeared around the abyss, measuring the mountains and rivers, changing the momentum of the heavens. A powerful array master could change the momentum of heaven and earth, fusing a killing array with heaven and earth. In this way, the power of heaven and earth would be for their own use, and the power of the killing array would be endless. Yes, those guys from the Black Heaven Array sect do have some skill. The extreme Tao old-timers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Array Tao was also one of the 10,000 Taos in the universe. It wasn't impossible to become a supreme through the Array Tao. When the 10,000 Taos in the universe were cultivated to the extreme, they could also achieve the ultimate leap and become a supreme Tao fruit. Array supremacy by Chen allowed his disciples to do as they pleased. He just stared at the figure standing on the 10,000 array diagram in front of him. At this time, the killing array controlled by Gu Fei had already fallen apart in the abyss. Countless formation runes had been obliterated by the mighty power of the 10,000 array diagram. The 10,000 array diagram was the nemesis of all arrays. Powerful figures stood up one after another from the 10,000 array diagram. There were 365 of them in total, and each of them exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if 365 terrifying killing gods from hell had walked out of the 10,000 array diagram. The entire void shook under the impact of the terrifying power that erupted from the 365 figures. Countless hair-thin spatial cracks appeared in the void. Little ant, you can die now. Kill him. Heavenly Wolf Sovereign waved his arm, and the 365 powerful figures charged at Gu Fei in the eye of the killing array below. The 365 figures pounced forward at the same time, stirring heaven and earth. This guy is finished. The show is about to come to an end. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances because the one attacking Gu Fei was Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, the one who controlled the 10,000 array diagram. Chapter 4505. In the primal beginning realm, at the edge of the abyss of the southern domain, killing intent soared to the sky. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out, shaking the entire void. A huge formation diagram descended from the sky, crushing down on a killing formation below. There was a person standing on top of the formation diagram. A huge wolf shadow emerged from the figure, howling ferociously. Sirius has finally used his trump card. Someone said, on the battlefield, Supremacy Sirius finally used his trump card. 365 powerful figures walked out of the myriad formation diagram and pounced on Gu Fei. Buzz! The void trembled. The eye of the killing formation was still there, and a strange burst of immortal Tao power erupted from it. The power around the eye was transformed into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world and absorbed. What kind of divine power is this? The old-timers who were watching the battle off to the side were all shocked. A tiny ant could actually fight a paragon formation grandmaster who was on the level of a paragon in the extreme Tao. In everyone's eyes, this was simply a miracle. But now, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, because Supremacy Sirius was furious. However, the moment the 365 terrifying figures that rushed out of the 10,000 formation image pounced on the eye of the killing formation below, they suddenly disappeared. This is the eyes of those old geezers almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. How is this possible? The disciples of the Xiantian Array sect were even more dumbfounded. The killing move of the myriad formation diagram was definitely a power that could kill a supremacy. But in Gu Fei's eyes, These figures were simply great tonics. Haha, it's a waste not to take something that's been delivered to me. Gu Fei laughed and operated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao with all his might. What's going on? Even Supremacy, Sirius, found it hard to believe. Rumble, a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring the heavens, emerged from the eye of the formation below. This force was actually crazily devouring the essence of the world from all directions. Whether it was the power of the stars above the 9 heavens, the power of the abyss below the 9 underworlds, or even the power of the 10,000 formation diagram, it devoured everything. The 365 figures that were charging towards Gu Fei were directly swallowed into the array core. In the next moment, countless formation inscriptions rushed out from the eye of the formation and instantly enveloped the surroundings. A shocking killing formation, once again, appeared between heaven and earth. Moreover, this killing formation was actually much larger than the 10,000 formation image, and it actually enveloped the entire 10,000 formation image. Haha, so that's how it is. Looks like I was thinking too much. A loud laugh rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force erupted from the eye of the formation. All the Taos of the heavens are Bulsh, *T. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. I am the strongest Tao. Gu Fei was extremely calm. He immediately removed the seal and recovered his extreme Tao cultivation base. It looked like everything he had done before had been a waste of effort. He had gone down the wrong path. Why would he need to comprehend and cultivate the Tao of the primordial beginning realm? There was only one Tao, and one could suppress all Taos. It didn't matter what kind of heaven and earth, or what kind of Tao it was. It would crush them all. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. Gu Fei roared into the sky. His voice instantly spread throughout the entire southern region of the primordial beginning realm. Billions of living beings trembled. At this moment, countless supreme beings in the primordial beginning realm suddenly turned their heads towards the abyss of the southern region. The great Tao of the primordial beginning realm was wailing. The world was trembling, and a rain of blood actually fell from the sky. Is this the birth of a peerless demon? There's no devil chi. I am the Tao. How arrogant! The supreme beings who were watching the battle outside the abyss were all extremely shocked. The sudden burst of extreme Tao power from the abyss actually made them feel a trace of fear. This power was truly terrifying to be able to make a sacred immortal of the extreme Tao feel fear. How is this possible? At this moment, Supreme Skywolf, who was originally standing on the 10,000 formation image, almost fell from the image. What entered his eyes were countless formation inscriptions. Formation with a single thought. Supreme Skywolf's forehead was beaded with sweat. I won't lose. I have the 10,000 formation image. Who in the world can compete with me? Kill, kill, kill! Supreme Skywolf roared madly, desperately activating the 10,000 formation image. One figure after another walked out of it. There were still 336 of them. As long as the 10,000 formation image was not destroyed, such existences would not be truly destroyed. Forge the 10,000 furnace formation. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, the countless formation patterns in the world disappeared, and a worldly furnace appeared in the world, directly enveloping Skywolf Sovereign and the 10,000 formation image. What? The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the worldly furnace that Gu Fei had conjured madly extracted the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, directly refining the void within the furnace into nothingness. When did such a ruthless person appear in the primordial beginning realm? The ancient supreme beings watching the battle were all moved. Even Formation, Venerate by Chun, lost his composure and gaped. Someone is actually trying to break the 10,000 formation image like this? Formation, Venerate by Chin had never imagined that Gu Fei would use such a method to break the formation. Even if he couldn't, he could still trap the image in the worldly furnace. Moreover, the worldly furnace, was extraordinary. It was connected to the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, and it was madly devouring the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The entire abyss was shaking. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the depths of the abyss. In the next moment, a black hand reached out of the abyss and grabbed at the worldly furnace. There's a living being in the abyss? So we finally alarmed that existence. Supreme immortals who had lived for countless years muttered to themselves. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the black hand reaching out of the abyss. The black hand didn't move very quickly, but it grabbed the entire worldly furnace in an instant. Rumble! The worldly furnace shook violently and began to move slowly, about to be snatched away by the black hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Even extreme great existences were terrified at this moment. This black hand was too powerful. It even wanted to take away the heaven and earth furnace. It should be known that even an extreme grade saint immortal might not be able to shake this heaven and earth furnace, let alone take it away with a single grab. Humph! A sneer came from the worldly furnace. In the next moment, a beam of light suddenly rushed out of the furnace without warning and slashed at the black hand. The black hand seemed to be frightened and shrank back, disappearing into the abyss. Chapter 4506. The abyss in the southern region of the primal beginning realm was a terrifying land of death. The outer region of the abyss was nothing much. Even if it was dangerous, it wasn't a land of certain death. People often ventured into the outer region of the abyss because there were rare divine herbs there. Due to the lack of people, the divine herbs in the abyss were all very old. Some people even accidentally found a divine herb king in the outer region of the abyss. That was the king of divine herbs, over 100,000 years old. Just one stalk of such a great herb could revive a person. For cultivators, it could increase their cultivation and even help them break through bottlenecks. This was also the reason why people risked their lives to enter the abyss all year round. There were plenty of divine herbs and items left behind by cultivators who died in the abyss. It should be pointed out that countless experts had fallen in the abyss throughout the ages. Even the outer region of the abyss was filled with terrifying dangers. Even a sage or a quasi-sovereign might die if they were struck. However, no one was willing to set foot in the depths of the abyss because it was a land of certain death. There was once a supreme immortal who entered, and then there was no more. That was a supreme immortal, a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the primal beginning realm. The depths of the abyss was an absolute forbidden zone. No one knew what was in there, but even a supreme immortal had fallen in there. To be precise, he had died in there. At this moment, a pair of huge blood-colored eyes appeared in the depths of the abyss. The scene dumbfounded countless experts. What's going on? Is there really a living being in the depths of the abyss? Even the supreme immortals were shocked. They were supreme immortals and knew that some places in the world were filled with great dangers. Even sovereigns didn't dare to set foot in there. Only today did everyone know that there was a living being in the depths of the abyss. The pair of blood-colored eyes were the eyes of the unknown living being. Humph! A living being in a land of certain death? Gouffé looked at the pair of blood-colored eyes that were larger than mountains, but he wasn't as shocked or terrified as the others. It wasn't like he hadn't killed a living being in a land of certain death like this before. He had destroyed many dangerous places in the heavenly realm and human realm. What's this? At this moment, even the heavenly wolf sovereign felt his heart palpitating. That pair of blood-red pupils seemed to be able to absorb the souls of all living beings. Even someone as strong as the heavenly wolf sovereign felt as though his soul was about to leave his body when he looked at those blood-red pupils. Not coming out? Could it be that he can't come out? Gouffé looked at the pair of blood-red pupils and touched his chin. At this time he had completely sealed Supreme Skywolf and the myriad formation diagram with the killing array he controlled. The heaven and earth furnace, formed by the killing array, stood between heaven and earth. An endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi, frantically gathered toward the heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace's power soared. Rumble! The heaven and earth furnace was rumbling. Within the endless heavenly fire, countless patterns of the Tao were faintly discernible and interweaving. Even immortal, godly metal could be refined. Heavenly wolf supremacy was both shocked and enraged. The power of the myriad array rushed out of the myriad array diagram and blocked the mighty heavenly fire. Gu Fei couldn't do anything to supreme heavenly wolf for the time being. At this time, the disciples of the mysterious heaven array sect who were roaming in the abyss rushed out. Master, the eldest of the mysterious heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, had returned with a group of junior brothers to report. All right. Array Master Bai Chen nodded and then reached out to take an array disc from Chu Ao. This was the array disc of the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal slaying formation. This killing array had also enveloped Gu Fei. Once it was activated, neither Supreme Heavenly Wolf nor Gu Fei would be able to escape. Come out and fight if you have the guts. If not, then scram. Gu Fei said to the pair of blood-red pupils in the sky above the abyss. This guy, the group of experts, was shocked to hear what Gu Fei said. That was a mysterious and unfathomable life form. He actually dared to disrespect such a life form. Boom! The pair of blood-red pupils suddenly trembled. Although it was only a slight tremble, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. The mysterious life form seemed to be angry. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was going to be in trouble, the pair of blood-red pupils suddenly disappeared without any warning. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Humph. Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly and didn't say anything else. He used all his strength to refine Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image into ashes. You can't kill me if you're only at this level. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered as he stood on the myriad formation image. Rays of divine light rushed out from the myriad formation image and enveloped him, blocking the terrifying heavenly fire. Is that so? Gu Fei also smiled. He had used the heaven and earth furnace to seal the myriad formation image. Although the myriad formation image was powerful, it still needed energy to operate. Now that Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image were sealed by the heaven and earth furnace, they couldn't absorb any external energy. In other words, it was only a matter of time before Gu Fei refined the Skywolf Sovereign and the myriad formation diagram. It seems we don't need to do anything. Up in the sky, Venerated Bai Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He wouldn't be happy if Supreme Heavenly Wolf died at someone else's hands. However, it was better not to take the risk than to risk his life. Master, won't that traitor get away with it this way? Chu Ao asked. Yes. Venerated Bai Chen didn't respond. I didn't think there would be someone who could compete with Supreme Heavenly Wolf. The old fogies watching from afar were shocked. Supreme Heavenly Wolf had made a name for himself in the primeval realm countless years ago. He was a genius, a cultivation genius who almost had the chance to touch upon the realm beyond the extreme Tao. Although he hadn't reached that realm in the end, his cultivation was so strong that it was a headache for those who tried to kill him. However, Gu Fei was also a genius. How boring. How about a fight? Gu Fei said to Supreme Heavenly Wolf, who was still trapped in the heaven and earth furnace. Humph. If you want to fight, then come in. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered. All right. After saying that, Gu Fei charged forward and entered the heaven and earth furnace. This guy's crazy. Everyone was startled to see this. Boom! Bam! A great battle erupted. Gu Fei's power was at its peak, punching after punching at the figure in the myriad formation image. Violent fist energy shook the heavens. Haha, you really dare come in.